You can roughly locate any community in the world, somewhere along a scale running all the way from democracy to despotism. One to the democracy end, another somewhere in the middle, and a third. Let's find out about despotism. This man makes it his job to study these things.
Well, for one thing, avoid the comfortable idea that the mere form of government can of itself safeguard a nation against despotism. Germany, under President Hindenburg, was a republic. And yet in this republic, an aggressive despotism took root and flourished under Adolf Hitler. When a competent observer looks for signs of despotism in a community, he looks beyond fine words and noble phrases.
For which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Many observers have found that two workable yardsticks help in discovering how near a community is to despotism: the respect scale and the power scale.
A careful observer can use a respect scale to find how many citizens get an even break. As a community moves towards despotism, respect is restricted to fewer people. A community is low on a respect scale if common courtesy is withheld from large groups of people on account of their political attitudes. If people are rude to others because they think their wealth and position gives them that right, or because they don't like a man's race or his religion, or because they don't like a man's race or his religion. Equal opportunity for all citizens to develop useful skills is one basis for rating a community on a respect scale. The opportunity to develop useful skills is important, but not enough. The equally important opportunity to put skills to use is a further test on a respect scale. A power scale is another important yardstick of despotism. It gauges the citizens' share in making the community's decisions. Communities which concentrate decision-making in a few hands rate low on a power scale and are moving towards despotism. like France under the Bourbon kings, one of whom said, "The state, I am the state." Today, democracy can ebb away in communities whose citizens allow power to become concentrated in the hands of bosses.
What I say goes, see? I'm the law around here.
The test of despotic power is that it can disregard the will of the people. It rules without the consent of the governed. Look beyond the legal formalities of an election in measuring a community on the power scale to see if the ballot is really free. If the citizens can vote only the way they're told, a community approaches despotism. When legislatures become ceremonial assemblies only and have no real control over lawmaking, their community rates low on a power scale. In a downright despotism, opposition is dangerous, whether the despotism is official or whether it is unofficial.
The spread of respect and power in a community is influenced by certain conditions, which many observers measure by means of the economic distribution and information scales.
If a community's economic distribution becomes slanted, its middle-income groups grow smaller, and despotism stands a better chance to gain a foothold. Where land is privately owned, one sign of a poorly balanced economy is the concentration of land ownership in the hands of a very small number of people. When farmers lose their farms, they lose their independence. This one can stay on, but not as his own boss anymore. To the extent that this condition exists throughout a nation, the likelihood of despotism is increased. In communities which depend almost entirely on a single industry, such as a factory or mine, maintaining economic balance is a challenging problem. If this condition exists over the nation as a whole, so that the control of jobs and business opportunities is in a few hands, despotism stands a good chance. Another sign of a poorly balanced economy is a taxation system that presses heaviest on those least able to pay. A larger part of a small income is spent on necessities such as food. Sales taxes on such necessities hit the small income harder. In the days of the salt tax, feudal despotisms were partly sustained by this and other effects. A community rates low on an information scale when the press, radio, and other channels of communication are controlled by only a few people, and when citizens have to accept what they're told. In communities of this kind, despotism stands a good chance. See how a community trains its teachers.
Bear this in mind. Young people cannot be trusted to form their own opinions. This business about open-mindedness is nonsense. It's a waste of time trying to teach students to think for themselves. It's our job to tell them.
And when teachers put such training into practice, despotism stands a good chance. These children are being taught to accept uncritically whatever they're told. Questions are not encouraged.
How can you ask such a question? Have you got a textbook?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say here that our law courts are always just?
Yes, ma'am.
Then how dare you question the fact? Sit down.
And so we aren't surprised when...
But it must be true. I saw it in this book right here.
And if books and newspapers and the radio are efficiently controlled, the people will read and accept exactly what the few in control want them to. Government censorship is one form of control. A newspaper which breaks a government censorship rule can be suspended. It is also possible for newspapers and other forms of communication to be controlled by private interests.
I thought I told you to kill that story. It'll cost us a lot of advertising.
If that story goes out, I quit.
All right.
What sort of community do you live in? Where would you place it on a democracy-despotism scale? To find out, you can rate it on a respect scale and a power scale. And to find out what way it is likely to go in the future, you can rate it on economic distribution and information scales. The lower your community rates on economic distribution and information scales, the lower it is likely to rate on respect and power scales, and thus to approach despotism. What happens in a single community is the problem of its own citizens. But it is also the problem of us all, because as communities go, so goes the nation.
All right, welcome to the show. Hello, everybody. Here we go. We're getting it done. Welcome to the stream, winners and losers. Working on the Trump animation that I've been doing since Saturday. It's me, Hank Thompson on Twitter. Look into this. There's links and I don't know. There's tons of links and stuff. So it's debate day. Fight Club 2020. Democracy is on the line. Will Kamala Harris uppercut Mike Pence, or will he turn himself into the multi-headed snake that is inside of him and blast her with his multi-headed snake laser eyes, which is what we all assume will happen if he gets upset, particularly if he gets aroused. So got to be careful. Welcome to the show. I think the stream is working. I've got a few how many viewers we got already? Let's see. Okay, do it this. 40,000. Holy shit. 40,000 viewers. That is freaking amazing. So thanks for tuning in. Biggest crowd that you've ever heard of. Nobody's ever heard of a bigger crowd. You haven't heard of a bigger crowd. I haven't heard of a bigger crowd. Nobody. So great. I am determined to finish this goddamn animation. I've been haunted by it now that I've decided to convert all my production work into live streaming internet entertainment. It has fallen completely off. That's also that. And honestly, it's not like I would have been more productive if I wasn't doing this. I'm just distracted in all that stuff. So, all right. So here's where we're at with the animation. I know there's some news going on today. Stephen Miller got the COVID. I think that was yesterday. Kellyanne Conway is going to war against her daughter. That's entertaining. As an example. Oh, hold on. Sorry, it's playing there. I'll turn off there. Well, we'll play it once with sound, then I'll turn the After Effects audio down. Let me see. Oh, sorry. Okay. Managing. Okay, now we got the desktop audio up. Here's what the animation is like. It might bog down a little when we get to a spot that's not rendered, but let's just let it play a bit. Here we go.
Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to, but
Okay. I like it when it does that. So it's bogged down there because I've got some effects happening. So skip ahead. It should render, but we will have audio. And we're really only going to do work on this little chunk on the right. That's what the goal is today. Here we go.
when needed, I wear a mask.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear a mask like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's okay. I like the Chris Matthews one, or Matthews, Jesus. No, don't you just miss him? I miss him. I miss his face. I miss his weird, thin, blonde hair. I miss his giant, shiny forehead. Miss his tiny beady eyes. I miss how little tuft of feathers would linger momentarily above anywhere he paused for more than 4 seconds. I miss the bullshit that used to flow readily from his idiotic mouth. Chris Matthews, the guy who said that when Bernie won a primary, it felt like when France fell to the Nazis. Oh, everybody gotta apologize for my friends. Bernie Sanders is basically Hitler comment I just made. All right, there we go. That's right. That's right, lefty podcast world. There's a new podcaster who can do a Chris Matthews impression, slightly above average impression on the prowl. Prowling is never good. Do you want to prowl? You should prowl for turkeys if you're hungry. Prowl. Maybe you can go to the grocery store and have a good time being like, let's prowl for dark chocolate with sinful crystals of salt. But generally, males prowling, especially in human society. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, all right. So here we are. Biden is we don't have any on him yet, so we've got nothing but viruses flying around. I got to do a little bit of tweaking. I'm sure we'll probably do at least one final export. I could also dynamic link it into Premiere. Sometimes that's beautiful and it works and it updates quickly, but sometimes it's just a bitch and it just makes more sense to export it. So we'll worry about that when we get to it. All right, let's get a couple viruses here on the canvas. I don't know what they actually call this part of the program, but we need to make sure that Joe Biden... Oh, yeah, there's one on his... See this? Loop. Right there. On his microphone. We got to make sure that he's got the microphone. The microphone virus should be right there-ish. Yeah, you could quibble that. All right, we'll put it. I don't want to risk being losing the Academy Award for, continuity errors like that. That would just be really embarrassing. All right, let's locate this bad boy. Okay. I think this one, 2.5 is what's coming out. And there shouldn't be anything else. Yeah, because it's a stuck. Pull back. Okay, so virus time. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, this shot here. Just making sure I get the sizing. So in this shot will be, yeah. It's a little bit of camera, just a tiny little bit of shaking. It's moving. Fuck. That's more annoying than anything because I got to track it. I know there's a way to do auto tracking, although this looks like it'd be tough because there's not a ton of contrast and it can fart around, but I might just have to. I know I could do it, but we'll track it the old school way then, I guess. We'll just do it one at a time. We're only going a few frames here. Okay, so one frame there. This is a very cumbersome way of doing it. One at a time because it's not even registering. It's being changed. Because I didn't have the stopwatch. Oh, I don't have any position. Yeah, I didn't have it even active on the right. Keyframe. Okay. Track. Sometimes you get, if the shake, for instance, the thing only moves in the same direction, you can bypass all these frames in between because you're just trying to keep your art touching. So like I'm going to try to dial in on this corner and this white, like little tiny lighter bit right there. So when it's down here, I want, now of course the pixelization is really changing on that. So it doesn't, it's going to be, yeah, see that one. And it goes kind of quickly. That's where it starts to move. And it really moves pretty hard. Yeah, this is going to be a bit sloppy. Yeah. All right, let's do it. Oh man. Oh fuck. Oh. Okay. How's everybody doing out there? Anybody got anything they want to share in the chat room? Anything? One viewer? That's probably me. All right. I tweeted it. I don't think people give a fuck about the tweeting it. I don't think that matters to anybody who... I shouldn't say nobody at all. I think I got a couple people that are following my Twitter as if they were like looking forward to what I put out. But a lot of it is just like old contacts and people I know and people that have been following me for years. And I'm just another jagoff they scroll past wondering when they're probably going to unfollow or whatever. So, yeah, this is going to turn out to be a little clumsy. I should try the tracking. I just don't want to figure it out. I know I could do it. I've done tracking stuff before. I've even done 3D tracking using a program called Mocha. But it's not very front and center right now in my head, like on how I know how to do stuff. So I would just be flailing about with people watching, which could be entertaining, I guess. I'm going to go like this. We'll see. Sometimes you can just skip every other frame. Get you close enough. So this marker is where we stop right here. Okay. How about a little music? Let's try some desktop audio here. Too loud. Okay. This should be a beaty music. It's where that means it's got beats. I turn my volume up too. Thanks for bearing with me here as I fart around a little bit. Volume up. Just testing. 1, 2, 4, 4, 4, 4. Okay. If I'm gonna not talk, I feel like I gotta have something a little bit. East. Okay. Alright, it's gonna be... I don't expect it to be perfect, I just want it to look like it's... It's there. That's about what I was thinking I did. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. You, huh? Am I right? Let's change the label on this. Bring this back to red. Okay, so these are gone. We're gonna have size. Do some small ones first. About Joe Biden. The savior, Joe Biden. I like when people pretend like he's got these great qualities and traits. Like, that's presidential. It's not that hard to fucking stand up there and tell everybody to wear a mask and love their kids. There's 2 good reasons to vote for Joe Biden. He's not Donald Trump, and he will put people in office in the cabinet positions that have at least some modicum of decency behind them, even though they're probably all going to be neoliberal corporate hacks. It won't be the same kind of corrupt people that Trump's. Those people are plunderers. Biden at least comes from an older school. So that one's going to be, even though it's going to be small. Instead of cutting it into 2 pieces, it's like, okay. It almost looks like it goes into his head. It's a little too far off the brain. Back a bit. Down here. Okay. All right. Sir? Yeah, I mean, I get people want Biden. I mean, they want to see presidential behavior. They want to see something because the contrast. Any alternative to Trump? Naming pile of fireworks covered with diarrhea inside of turkey, which is what John Madden used to give the children of his that he did not love. Look it up. It's true. That would be preferable. I would probably take that. That would be A-okay in my opinion. That's traveling pretty far, pretty fast, so we just want that slows it down a little bit. A little too quick on that little curvy bit. So when you're watching the news and how people internalize the media, they kind of get fed a diet that they both choose to watch and what the algorithms deign appropriate for them, profitable if they can get them to better manage their attention and what they're okay. Good little one. This one needs to be a little bit bigger. We'll make that one 1.8. Okay. Each time one of them is in place and I like it, it makes me laugh. That's why this is. Let's see. We should have. That's so Biden. Remember, the source of the viruses are from the left. That's where Trump is. So really from the right, aren't they? From mismanagement on the right, but they're coming from frame left here. So this one will come on screen. We'll make this one a little bit bigger. So, people believe what is pleasant. Not to say that I'm not saying it's like, everybody's wrong all the time, but people tend to want to believe things that give them hope, especially during a very hopeless time where giving up is almost the rational thing to do. I don't actually think that, but not in this current state, but I don't think you should ever necessarily give up, but they sure do want you to be tired and exhausted. And so if you need to believe that Biden is presidential, if that's how you conceptualize the role of the president or the task at hand in terms of what this, let's see. Okay. I wanted to, yeah. Okay. We'll do it a little sooner. I don't want it to distract from the one that goes behind his head. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Just disappears. That's okay. I'm just saying I have compassion for people who, for various reasons, have taught themselves that believe that Biden is like a great guy who's looking out for them. He's a million times better than Trump. That's undeniable. He's still part of the rotten system that has led us to Trump, and it's utterly horrifying that he's the guy the Democrats think they want to put up. There's got to be some of those fancy people in the Democratic consulting world, and the kind of people who have the string pullers, as I like to call them, that are just, they know their whole career. Well, let's be honest here, that no one really actually loses out when they fuck up that badly. I suppose that's part of the reason it's nice to get into the inner circles of these powerful, influential kinds of careers at the upper levels. All right, yeah, that one's fine. It's gonna, remember, we're cutting off here, so I don't really care. Once it's past this marker, I'm good. Oh man, the music went away. How about a little bit? There's a suggested track. I'm just using like a website that. Ooh. Yo, girl. Grab your Patagonia camping shoes. Let's go for a hike on the water. That would excerpt from my dating profile. So do another like the site lets you just do like the bass line instrumental or I can do just the drums. Drums. That's not actually that bad. That's better. That's better than I expected. But let's be honest here. Let's forget that crap. Okay, new song. I like some playful little goofy noises. Okay. We'll have one. This one thing. It'll come in. Three. That way down. Blur. Can't blur it. Blur it out of thing. 40. Getting like side notes. Okay. All right. Let's check in on the viewers. Let's see how many we have. One viewer. Thank you for watching, whomever that is, even if it's me. Appreciate it. I'm putting this stuff on YouTube, putting it on my YouTube channel. 12 followers, which I think is pretty cool. Pretty excited about it. You know, what part of what this is, it's like I could easily quit, give up, not ever do this again, and get dejected and feel down and out by the lack of viewership and stuff. But that's how anything is going. That's what these days having even COVID days and got their media diet down. So, you know, getting people to try a new show is very difficult. It's supposed to be through organic discovery. Click on something they've never heard. It's a small percentage of people. So the better way to grow is to transition an audience you already have to it, but then also kind of trying to synthesize almost everything via this Twitch channel. Just have buy 3 one out. Or maybe one goes in. Right. Yeah, right there. See that hole, that mouth opening there? That'll be one slide right into it. But really, the way to get like to kind of like actually grow is collabs, meaning being a guest on other people's shows or having others on. So I'm kind of just doing this to sort of put in some reps and build a foundation of content. And that video we watched at the beginning, I got a lot more of that kind of thing to play. I'm not going to try to. I'm going to try not to overthink it too much because there are just enormous amount to choose from. So right now, oh, I have one. I have it coming this way. So yeah, after I kind of do some of these reps and I'm starting to build out the archive on my YouTube channel, I'll be able to. What the hell? It flipped over. I'll be able to. I'm going to start like reaching out to try to get other people who have Twitch things and kind of getting into that community, you might say. So Biden gets one here. It's got to go away right when it touches his face, though. So, I'm not sure how noticed it'll be. I like stuff,
Look.
comedy
Way
bits
to
and
open
whatnot,
businesses.
where the yeah, see, there's a little. I'm looking at the microphone there, a little jostle. Where the where replayability makes it is rewarding, like where you might find something, little jokes that can only be not. I mean, it's kind of hacky to do the ones that are just like a big list of words. Not that I say that's actually bad, because that can be pretty funny too. Like, or you know what I mean, where it's just like a big flash where it's just too much to read at normal speed. But I do like when there's like subtle jokes that are sort of buried, that are a little bit harder to.
Way to open businesses.
Right, no space. Okay, it needs to be one more. I got just one or two more that are coming from Trump's direction. Being the super spreader that he is. I know I'm not talking about his amazing yoga skills. He's renowned for flexibility. I know he doesn't look like it, but he's got it. He's got what it takes. All right, so this one will come off screen. Actually, it'll do that. And then yeah, okay. We'll give this one a little travel. There's like air currents in here, you know, a lot of cold, a lot of warm wind flying around.
Go ahead, sir.
Look, way to open businesses.
See these two, this one here and this one cross into frame a little too at the same time for my tastes.
Go ahead, sir.
Look, way to open businesses.
Okay. All right. So, all right, I think that's good, but we still have some tweaking to do now. So this whole thing is going to be exported. We're going to jump over to Premiere in a second, but I'm going to first, I know there's a couple where I need to add the camera blur where it gets big, where yeah, that one. I know there's something I forgot, or I mean, I know that's like one of my little mental checklist things I know I needed to do. Effects. Okay. Blur radius. The music went away. I'm gonna pick here's a little more relaxing. No, here's some good beats. Oh yeah. All right. Let's check in on CNN. That's some news. I'm working on getting other video stuff working. I know I can just play whatever's on the YouTube channel. Sorry, I have a browser window, but I just want to make sure it's connecting correctly. I want to be able to play Twitter clips and stuff. Just have part of it. Spectrum. Yes. Hanging with me. I'm gonna turn the music up and stop talking for a minute.
Has had some trouble breathing since his return from Walter Reed Medical Center. I talked to one Trump advisor who tells me the president is having some difficulty catching his breath at times, though this advisor cautions it does not appear to be serious at this point. And yet, in this White House produced video that you're seeing on the other side of the screen, the president essentially claims he's been cured of the coronavirus, pointing to some of the experimental medications he's been on, like the Regeneron antibody cocktail. The president claims in the video he asked his doctors for the treatment and that it was a blessing from God, his words, blessing from God, that he caught the coronavirus. And here's more of what he had to say.
So we have these drugs, Eli Lilly and the others that are so good, but they are, in my opinion, remember this, they're going to say that they're therapeutic, and I guess they are therapeutic. Some people don't know how to define therapeutic. I view it different. It's a cure. For me, I walked in, I didn't feel good. A short 24 hours later, I was feeling great. I wanted to get out of the hospital.
Do you see that spit come flying out?
I want everybody to be given the same treatment as your president, because I feel great. I feel like perfect. So
good argument for socialism.
This was a blessing from God that I caught it.
Now, one thing we should note is that some of the president's medications that he's been on are not available to most Americans. The White House claims this video was recorded today, though during the video, Aaron, Mr. Trump says he got back from the hospital a day ago, and the president did not appear in front of reporters today, so we cannot independently verify when that video.
Well, they put a bunch of pumpkin spice makeup on his face. He looks terrible in that video. He looks fucking absolutely awful. What an idiot. He's like, we don't know when he got it. They won't reveal what they know to be his infection date, because they won't say when he was last tested negative, because they probably weren't really testing him, claiming they were. And there's a very, very good chance that he went to the Biden debate last week knowing that he had it. And honestly, I would not be stunned if those people who refused to wear a mask knew that they had it, knew that it was potential, and that they would have thought like, well, you know, if we're going to eventually have to come out with this, it'd probably be better if both of our candidates, if Biden and Trump gets it. So let's make sure we increase the chances for Biden to catch one here. I don't know if that, I mean, I just wouldn't put it past it to think that. And that's highly speculative there on my part. But fuck, this is a nightmare. So he's a week in to maybe having it. He probably had it last week around Tuesday or Wednesday, and he thinks he's already done with it. Herman Cain, it took him about 30 days or so, a little over 30 days to die from it. And he didn't get the treatment that Trump got, but this thing tends to not just go away in a week. I'd be surprised. And he looked, based on that little bit of video that I saw, or that we just watched, I mean, he looked like he had to take a breath at some point. So if you're still struggling to breathe, that means you're still dealing with some active symptoms, obviously. What a nightmare. Let's just turn it up just a touch here, see what this David Grigori is talking about.
Through Pence. Yeah, Pence runs the task force, but she's going to make the case against a president who said that he downplayed the virus, and then he ultimately gets the virus. And so do so many other people.
Which he says is a
within
blessing.
the White House. And now he says it's a blessing. So competence, compassion. I mean, I really think that she's got the ability to drill down on this and take it. I think in her role, it's always to take the case against the president, and the proximate person there is the vice president.
In the big picture tonight, there aren't many opportunities left for a reset. And you look at the data, and the data suggests that this is getting away from the president. 16.
That talking cue ball is right. It is getting away from, I don't know, I just want to call a guy a cue ball. My bald head looks better than his bald head, and he's got a beautiful bald head. Mine just happens to be perfect. My occipital bun extends a little further back. All right, let's get back to the animation. What a nightmare. What a horrible thing. Trump calling it a blessing. That's probably not a good thing for a society with, especially him, who has a very high religiously tolerant. More than that, they're fully embraced into cultish religious behavior. And so if they think it's a blessing, guess what they're going to be arguing and saying is that they want to also be blessed. Listen, I'll do some kinky stuff. I would let you sneeze in my mouth if you wanted to during coitus. But you need to take a little persuasion on that one. A lot of stuff I'd just be like, yeah, sure, whatever. You don't really need to talk me into it. But that one I'd be like, you're sure this will help you get to the finish line? I'd be like, all right, I'm willing to take one for the team. We're already doing some disgusting shit. But that's what the fuck? What does that have to do with Trump having the coronavirus? Religious? I don't know. So, we got a chat. Eve Jou? Eve, do I pronounce your name Eve Jou? I like the French twist on that, because otherwise it just has Eve Jou. I don't want to say Eve Jou. It's because I'm an awkward aging white male, and I'm just trying to be sensitive to I don't know. I'm weird. All right, so this thing needs to get blurry. This green guy here. So where we're at. There's a way to jump to it. There it is. Okay. Camera lens blur. We'll set it to 0. So somewhere around there, it'll start getting blurry. And then by here, I want it to be fully blurred to 67. Perfect. Utterly not even. Yeah, fine. You know what? 82. Needed a little bump. All right. Okay, hang on. I'll turn down the volume on the mixer so we don't always have After Effects. There it is. Okay. I'll turn it down kind of, not all the way though. It's just a little low. We'll see if it gets picked up.
Increasingly question the effect.
Okay, now you should be able to hear it a little bit. All right. So that one comes out, gets blurry. Let's see. I feel like there was one more of those, but not totally sure. See how Chris Wallace. That one needs to be. Okay. Okay, blur radius. So we'll start out at 64. Why is it? There it is. And then it goes away from the camera. I don't really have it. Okay. So right about there, we'll just give it its sharpness back. Okay. Mike Pence is backstage, getting ready. You know, he's leaning back on a chaise lounge, adorned in fine linens and silks.
You have begun.
His servants waft palm fronds with heated air, so that he feels like he's in hell, where he's from. And the palm fronds are special Satan's houseplants. And his eyes are flickering red and blue and in white, just sort of randomly. It's just that's just an indication that his Ponfar is kicking in a little bit. But Ponfar means a whole different thing for Pensians than Vulcans. It's not the same. It's a state of arousal they go into when there are former virgins nearby who are not his wife. It's he can't help it. He can, and it's just it's just politics. Just how it all works. All right. I think we're kind of there, at least enough to try it. Although a fly by the camera might be fun to end on with Biden here. It's a little bit busy, but yeah, let's do one. Yeah, okay. We'll do like one like really quick. Oops, I did two. Flybys. Let's make it big. What are we calling big? 40%? That's pretty big. Start there. End off screen. So it's going to go flying by. I also want to export with motion blur, which is going to probably chew up, or at least it'll add some exporting time. Let's just keep it same size. Wait a minute, what the hell just happened? Okay, it needs to be camera blurred. Oh, it also has I don't need a drop shadow. I've been duplicating one with a drop shadow. That's what that is. Okay. Whatever. All right, so. Okay. Covers a little more than. I kind of want it just to kiss the corner. Okay. That's probably fine. Maybe a little bit. Okay, so as you recall, if you've been watching this entire series, I paused the spinning on my virus with a hold frame. So here's the virus. Let's go full screen. That's kind of neat, huh? Pretty cool. It's got little red hair, little purple hairs in the back. That's its own layer. I did this custom, I don't know if custom makes it sound like it took a lot of work, but I made this kind of eggy body with this pattern, I guess you'd say, using different brush sizes and stuff. These are I could have customized the location of all of these, but generally they do that. And this, I don't think this is a scientifically accurate virus, but it's a nice little, it works. Oh, you know what? I'm going to play another video, the video with why I originally made this virus. I know I have it on in somewhere, so maybe I'll do that while we're exporting. So deleting that frame turns on the photos. Each one of these is a ping file that exists inside this, all done through Character Animator, using some physics settings too, so that's why the parts of it move around. You know, viruses, they locomote. They're big locomotors.
You have begun to increasingly question the
Okay. All right, man. Okay. So I'm going to try. Motion blur really will help this so much. So let me just save it. I'm going to duplicate this comp and just make one that has motion blur and one that doesn't. This next step's not necessary. Not even sure if it's. Sometimes I think I'm being smart by thinking ahead, and then I realize, oh, totally unnecessary. Didn't need to do that at all. Fine. So, what's this shape? What is that? I don't think it's anything. Do I have any? It's a path. What is this shape? Is it somewhere? I don't know. Solo it even? Where's the path? There's that. That's the path. I have one. I might have done that when I was trying to draw the MAGA hat. That might have been what that is. I'm pretty sure I don't need that. All right. I'm going to put just select all. Now activating motion blur. So I'm not even sure if sometimes After Effects just doesn't, like your setup is a little off. I don't think I need to turn off motion blur for the video files portions, but I'm going to, because they don't need any motion blur. And I'm not actually animating these. These all stand still. These different chunks, these are just the camera cuts from the live directing of the debate. I just blew it. Damn it. Stopped holding down control. Okay. So since they're not moving in After Effects, they're not affected by motion blur, but just in general, I try to maintain, not try to tell After Effects anything that might confuse it, even though I'm pretty sure that wouldn't have made a difference if I had turned that off or not. So we want to end it right here. We could give it just a little bit more. So let's go to File, Export. We'll just do it through the render queue. No, I don't know how good it doesn't have to be really good. You could do, it's pretty short, but ProRes is overkill for this. It'll just take a while. GoPro Cineform. That's probably good. RGB alpha, just RGB's fine. Don't resize. 1280 by 720. Yeah, it's actually not very big, so this might actually go pretty fast. Let's see. Okay. So right now I have on screen my file saving thing, which you can't see in the stream, which is, I'm actually kind of relieved by that. I feel like there's a privacy thing there. Not that I have any like file names or folder names that would be embarrassing. It's just all the shit that I work on. But for some reason I feel like that's like, hey, don't look inside my body. It's just like really intimate part of, that's goofy. All right, quit yapping there, dumbass. Let's get to where I don't even know where I have this project. Shit, I really don't. Where do I? Oh, I don't have one yet. Okay, well that makes sense. We'll call it Twitch. We'll just make a new folder. Twitch. I have a dummy file structure that I would normally be using, and I probably will. So 5 Trump animation and debate. Here's the music, I think. Starting over. Hold on. Sorry. Hang in there. Come on. There we go. Sorry if that came out a little hard. Okay. Music's turned down. I think that's good. Okay, QuickTime. Let's see. We'll go Trump virus animation 01 Burr 1 full 1280 by 720. Let's see how fast this goes here now. We're actually exporting. Okay, that's pretty good. We can sit for that. Enjoy this music while this exports. I'm going to find the other file, the other thing, and we're going to play it, and we'll have fun. Here we go. Hey, yeah. Hello. Here I am. Okay, I got a thing set up. I don't know if it's going to work. Let me pause the music that's playing here. I'm going to try this. If not, I'll be able to get it to work with a different way. I'm just trying a YouTube link through a media source. It's a OBS software thing. So let's hang in there. Sorry, just give me a sec here. I think I've got to center it now. This is not entertaining. Center to screen. And it's probably, let me just try this here. Okay, that did not work. Hang with me. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's just not gonna work. Delete, remove. Okay, back to music, and I will have it real shortly. All right, I think it was making noise. Hang on, it's playing and I don't know how to stop it now. Shit, why are you making noise? I can't control it. How are you supposed to do this? Okay. Okay, hang on. Ugh, it's making noises. Shit. It's not, does it have to be, I think I know. Ugh. I ruined it. Here, watch some shrimp. All right. Hi, it's me, Hank. Here we go. The export is still taking some time. There's a few minutes left, but that's perfect. So we can take a moment to watch. Shut up, music. Get out of here. Take a moment to watch the reason I made the virus animation, and we're going to try it. Let's hope this works. Let me turn off that. We'll be right back. That's a little not what's happening. Thank you for your patience. There we go. Okay. So just enjoy this little silly, dumb animation. If you do want to go over to YouTube, subscribe. That's awesome. Please do that. Here we go. I might be adjusting the sound. I don't know how loud it's going to be, but here we go. Hang on. I screwed up. Hold on. I paused. Okay. Got him. I've got 14 different. I had YouTube muted. All right. Now it'll work.
Hi, I'm Hank. You know, the coronavirus... Hi, I'm Hank. You know, the coronavirus has made life really hard for freelancers, myself included. I had a job, then I didn't. Now I'm a freelancer, which is a fancy word for unemployed. And that's really hard because no one's hiring right now, and I need a way to pay for rent, bills, and food. When they bring more, that is. Plus, I might get sick and die, which is expensive. When I'm not panic reading Twitter, I stay busy working on projects and gaining.
Sorry, I messed it up. That was just me being an idiot. Here we go, rewinding.
Plus, I might get sick and die, which is expensive. When I'm not panic reading Twitter, I stay busy working on projects and gaining weight. A UBI would help me and so many others get by in this scary time. In terms of stress reduction alone, it'll help our minds and bodies stay healthy so we can get through this nightmare together.
Stay safe.
Boom, boom, boom. Gonna take a lot of hairspray to get us out of this one, huh? I'm telling you, that is the best virus fighter in the world. All right, let's get back into the program. Let's see where we're at. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Let's see. Nobody chatting in the chat. Eve said hi, and then I said hi. I'm not saying you're supposed to be chatting, just in case you are chatting, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not looking at the other chat thing. So I might be. I don't think I'm missing it. It doesn't seem to always be completely synchronized. All right, where we're at, we're getting there. It wants to. It's all these like blurry bits. That's those camera blurs that are going to screw things up. Let me see if I can get Premiere open. I think I already have it open. Turn on a little music so I don't get too boring. Loud, sorry. I gotta be better about that. Okay. Nice and quiet. Offline. Alright. Okay. Let's see what this numbnuts Scott Walker's saying. This guy's a total idiot. He's just another one of these rotten ghouls. Oh, he's already gone. I can't move my windows around fast enough. Plus my computer's chewed up with resources right now. What do you got for us, Mike Pensy? Dana Bash? Lady? Some lady? Can't hear it.
Both sides note that the stakes are, of course, very high for each candidate, not just for what their performance means, but for the men at the top of their tickets, but also for their own viability in the maybe not so distant future. Pence sources privately admit, win or lose now, he is almost surely going to eye a run for the GOP nomination in 2024. And if Biden wins, there is talk in Democratic circles that because of his age, he will only serve one term, though Biden, of course, has never said that publicly, Aaron.
Right. The stakes just could not be higher. Dana, thank you very much.
Adobe
Anderson.
Adobe Premiere. Did she just say that Biden or Pence would run in 2024? I hadn't really thought about that. It wouldn't surprise me, though. Here, all these evil bastards think that they have any right to be in charge of your life and mine. It's fucking weird. I hate the way we choose power and just give it away to the narcissists and the psychopaths all over the place. All right, so... hold on, I got fucking CNN squawking in my ear. Going to Premiere, and it loaded, so let me find where I exported it. Okay. Just to make sure I can get it in the stream. Oh, I didn't get sound? What did I just... Okay. All right, hold on. Let me find the original export. Hey, bear with me. I know it's somewhere. Okay. I wasn't really going to use After Effects sound. I mean, it's the same. It is the same sound, but it's also I was going to rebuild it kind of in Premiere anyway, probably. I guess it all just depends. Okay, so here's the sound. Here it is with sound, so we'll just should sync up just about right. I did start it at the beginning. Okay. Let's make this a little bigger. Uh-oh. No, not that. Hang on. Jesus. Okay. You should be able to see. I've never done Premiere here on the stream before, so just making sure. I am going to actually create a new sequence from clip. That way it fills the frame properly. Not that I couldn't have stretched it out. Okay, hold on. Okay. All right, let's play back. Put it on full. Definitely. All right, let's see. This will be the first play of it, and we'll see how. Hold on, before I do, I just want to put a marker on the end so I know. That way, I wanted this marker down here. Can't really see it. It's behind the Shrimp Squad, but that way I know that we're you know, it's almost done. Okay, here we go.
Of masks as a disease preventer, and in fact, recently
I'm starting
you
over. I
cited
was looking at the volume thing.
increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer, and in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning that?
That actually works pretty. I like that. I like that they sort of come sort of staggered out, like they're just.
Oh, I think
The
masks are
efficacy
okay.
of
You have to
masks?
understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to. But I wear masks when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open.
Okay. The way to open businesses. I don't know why. I could have done a little bit there, so it stops.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Look,
the one on his.
The way to open businesses.
Okay. So see the one on his microphone? Should I have that moving?
The way to open.
It's funny that I think I need to freeze that one. Because the ones on the table, the table ones are all moving too.
I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
I kind of should stop moving ones on the table, right? It's weird that, I mean, it's kind of funny that they're still squirting around, but I don't like that it adds commotion.
Look, the way to open.
Yeah. Okay. So we got to fix that.
He could be speaking 200 feet away.
There was one, Trump's nose one, I think, was weird. Because they were stacked. Well, I guess.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, you just see him come flying out of there. Yeah, I don't like that they're sitting. It just looks like it's kind of just like parked on his
Go
nose.
ahead, sir.
So either okay, so the nose and the moving, and then there was two. See this one here, this big guy. There's two of those. They're almost the same. I think. There's that one. That's fine. This shot's a bit messy. I think I like this one right here, but it just takes over. Like I think it's causing a lot of. I don't know. It's also like I want people looking at Trump and looking around, but it sort of like makes your eye go this way, upper right a little bit. I mean, it is on the left side of the screen, so we're probably just gonna get rid of that one. All right, let's switch over to After Effects now. Getting faster at this, I think. Cool. There we are. Okay. So first, let's do that one. It's somewhere. Oh yeah, it's on this shot. Okay. What the hell? Oh, it's at the opening. There it is. Okay. It should not have taken so long. Okay, all right. So I'll just get rid of it. I don't think it needs to be. Okay, cool. Now the Trump's nose coming out. They all just happen to start at the same. This is the nose bit here. Like you kind of can't help it because they're all just sort of there. Like that one looks like it's sitting still, but none of them. See how the keyframe is at the end of every thing? Like it's directly there. That means none of them are sitting still. It just so happens that, like, if you took it these 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, on that exact location, you're basically talking about a 4-frame still hold there. Meaning, like, even though they're different layers. Oh God, that looks terrible. So I'm gonna move their origins slightly, just to kind of mix up where they start. So at least if nothing else, they'll bounce around a little in terms of, see how, yeah, exact same starting point is a little bit no bueno. And then I think I'm gonna just, since I'm dialed in, let's just do a little opacity. Ugh, I don't know if this will do anything. All right, forget it. It's okay. Leave it alone. These are the ones that are. So Chris Cuomo's desk is covered in them. Let me just. You'll see them select as I pick them. Okay, so these need to be held. Not sure. Time remapping. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Freeze frame. Okay. Yeah, all right. Pretty sure. Let's just make sure that one is. Ugh, it's hard to tell. Here, hold on. Let me set my work area. Ask it to render. Okay, so it is freeze frame. I knew it would be. You just kind of want it before you do it to all of them. Oops. Time remapping. I'm almost tempted to see how this got this weird blendy fade. Although I didn't notice that. I think I would have. Almost any video I make, I can go back and watch it again and be like, oh, I missed a thing. I screwed up a thing I should have. All right, so. Oh, yeah, the one that lands on Biden's. Okay, so we have. Which one is that? Freeze frame. All right, there shouldn't be others, but there is one that comes in. Yeah, this shot here that lands on Biden, right there. So we want to, as soon as it lands, we want it to. Okay. Let's give it a little. All right. Let that render. See how it might take this a second or two. All right, good. See what CNN's saying here.
The Hispanic of the ballots cast so far in 2020. That's compared to 6% of Hispanics voting in 2016. We know that is a crucial part of the population for both campaigns. They have been courting the Hispanic vote. And then you look at North Carolina. If we go to North Carolina here, there's been a significant increase in pre-election voting among black voters who represent about 17% of those who have already cast their ballots. Now, at this time 4 years ago, Aaron, just to put this in perspective for you, only 10% of the vote was made for black voters. Now, we know they are a key demographic, and this early rise in their share of voting numbers is to be expected given what we know about Democrats and Republicans and how they're voting this year, Aaron.
All right, Pamela, so do you have reporting on, any issues, right? This is the big question. The president keeps trying to sow so much doubt. Any issues going on with early voting ballots?
That's right. And the issues that we are seeing so far have to do with human error. Like if you look in North Carolina, for example, take a look at your screen here. 2% of the ballots that have been returned are waiting to be accepted, with some being held while legal disputes are resolved. So, for example, here, 357 ballots are on hold because they have incomplete witness information that's required. Now, we should point out not every state allows for the voter to fix the ballot for simple mistakes. So it's really important.
All right. I can't tell if that's actually working the way, because it's actually a little bit motion blurry. So instead of farting around, I'll just duplicate the layer and it'll animate all the way up to it, and then it'll freeze frame on this layer here. So that's a good way to do it. Duplicate and split. That's a nice one. All right, cool. Let's go back into Premiere before I do another export, just to make sure we watch it again and see how it plays. Okay, let me get some volume for y'all. Okay, hang on. Just checking the volume. All right, we're going to start it over from the beginning. And keep your eyes open for any glitches or mistakes. Okay, I'm pressing the play.
You have begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks
efficacy
are okay.
of
You have
masks?
to understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to. But I wear masks when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal.
Okay. I want to see.
Look, the way to open business.
Yeah, the one that goes up Biden.
The way to open. Look, the way to open.
I'm going to have that be a little more easy, a little easier to see. It doesn't.
Look, the way to open.
So I'm going to have it like kind of happen a little. Well, I'm just going to have the virus travel less distance. So here, let me split back to After Effects. And I also saw a thing with Chris Wallace's shirt that I wanted to fix. Because I have one of the viruses flying into his pocket. So here we go, After Effects. Uh-oh, why is it all looking so nuts? Hold on a second. Okay, I think it was just a momentary glitch thing. All right, After Effects. I could, by the way, save it. I haven't saved it in a while. So let's do Biden, which is the one that goes into his nose or into his mouth. So, okay, there it is. This one there, good. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to make it like it's already on its way in. And it's just a little bit big, 1.7. Okay. I'm going to let that render.
Sir.
Look.
Actually, going to let.
Look, the way to open.
Man, if I could get like a much better. I really love my computer, and I can get a lot done with the machine that I have, but it would be so nice to have a state-of-the-art machine. It goes into his mouth when it's. Yeah, it's got to go into his mouth right there. Okay. So we're cutting off that.
Look, the way to open business.
Sorry, it was a little bit loud there, wasn't it? Okay.
Look, the way to open business.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Yeah, right here you see one of them flies in and lands on a shirt. So it just pauses a little bit more than I want. Okay. Yeah, see, so boom. Yeah, see, this is it. I needed to, when it hits his shirt, I also want it to disappear. Let's go behind the napkin. Behind the napkin, a journey through men's fashion. I've never worn a pocket napkin. I did wear a suit last year at the Motherfucker Awards. I did a bunch of editing for that, and it was really fun and interesting, and it was a really great experience with Kyle Tierman, pro surfer, journalist, adventurer, awards show creator guy. Really interesting time. And anyway, I had to find a damn suit, and it took me all freaking a day running around to local thrift stores. I spent like $25 on a fucking suit. Are these on freeze frame or not? Can't tell. I don't see the icon. That's why they seem to be. Like this has the time remap. These do too. Why aren't they somewhere? I don't like not seeing the same thing on each one of them since they're all supposed to be identical. Anyway, there's more to that story, but I was texting my neighbor pictures. I always trust women's judgment when it comes to clothes more than mine, just because yeah, they aren't. Maybe I didn't do it. So I did get a hold of a suit, and it turned out to fit pretty well. I had a little quibbles, but for the amount of money I spent, it was nothing. And man, I needed a pocket square. I wanted people to know I'm cool. There it goes. See how they all populated there? So let's have one of them moving. Devious. That one. Why? I don't know. Just in case. I just have these fantasies of actually having like big numbers on videos and then seeing a comment where someone goes, one of them's not moving. And that would be the part where I, as the guy who did it, goes, finally, someone understands me. Crisis debate. Yeah, I'll say. Mike Pence has no right showing his fucking ugly face in front of the American people after what he and his administration have done to this country and to this world. Stupid idiots. They all gave themselves the virus. Freaking morons. All right. Good. Okay, we're going to need some export music. I might take a little break while this does it, so I'll probably throw up the shrimp. When does this debate start anyway? Awaiting start. Wait a minute. When does it start? I think it's 5:30 p.m. California time. PST. All right. Yeah, we gotta do the damn export now. Okay. Set the work area. Home. Why is it not? Oh, my start. This should be 0. What the hell is that? 12. I know it's on. Control click. No. It's nice that they have that little tip. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's not. This was like a really different kind of project. So how big was that file too anyway? 455 megabytes. It was fine. I didn't. Okay. QuickTime format. I know you can't see this on screen. I'm doing a GoPro Cineform codec, which is good for editing process. Okay. Here's version 2. Well, honestly, it just makes just as much sense to replace the ones there, but that can sometimes trip up the software. Usually it works, but every once in a while. All right, render. All right. Here we go. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. God bless me. Oh, man. Oh, gosh, there's blessings all over the side of my bed. Ugh. Okay. Sneezing's fun, isn't it? It's publicly acceptable orgasms. Head orgasms. Your face just erupting in explosive, infectious fluids and particles. All right, let me get let's get CNN up here, right? What do you want to watch? We got shrimp. Oh, no, the shrimp light went off. Hold on. They're having their evening siesta. Now they're back. There they go. Boy, that's got to really fuck with their sense of the world, huh? It's just like the Truman Show, but for tiny invertebrate animals. Okay, CNN. Volume coming up on CNN here.
Well, there's no doubt, Wolf, that Mike Pence is prepared for attacks that will come from Kamala Harris, specifically related to the fact that President Trump has already tested positive for the coronavirus, but also the overall administration response to the coronavirus pandemic. And while he is prepared to defend the administration's response in his own personal role as the head of the coronavirus task force, he is also ready to return fire. And the Trump campaign feels that they have an opening here when talking about the coronavirus to extend the...
We got CNN going. We got the export running. I'm going to let this play a bit. I'll pay attention. If it switches to commercials, I'll see if I might run downstairs. But here it goes. Thanks for watching. I hope that you're being entertained and enjoying this. Here comes CNN. Debate time.
About Kamala Harris's connection to the far left elements of the Democratic Party. They believe that this is a broad vulnerability for the Biden-Harris ticket, and it's something that
she doesn't have a fucking connection to the far left. This is so stupid. It just pisses me off that the mainstream reporters embrace that terminology. It's exactly right-wing framing. There's nothing far left about anything these people are doing at all. It's so disgusting. I wish there was. Also, it's a simplistic continuum or gradient or scale or whatever the hell the right word is. Just that word far left carries to the regular low information viewer like this. We got to be careful of that. We don't want to go too far left. People might survive medical problems without bankruptcy if we go a little too hard on the far left. So God, that kind of stuff just pisses me off. All right, enough rambling. Back to the guys talking.
Republicans tonight know that the stakes are incredibly high. Wolf, I talked to a senior Republican senator on Capitol Hill just a short time ago. This is how he framed the stakes tonight. He said, if we don't stop the bleeding tonight, the remaining weeks could be very grim for the Republican Party. So that is what the stakes are, not just for the presidency, but also for the control of the Senate. So there's no question that the vice president, who's been preparing for this for weeks, I'm told since at least September 14th, has been doing mock debate sessions. He is going to try and prosecute Senator Harris's record and try and tie her to some of those positions she held during the Democratic primary. Well, if there is no question, the most important person in the audience, of course, is watching from home right behind me here, President Trump. But he has made the vice president's job so much more difficult because of his conduct over coronavirus for the last week. So the question, will any of this even break through? Because certainly coronavirus and the president's own catching of it and the White House handling of it is certainly front and center now, Wolf.
Certainly is. Jeff Zeleny, thank you. As the candidates prepare to take the debate stage, huge questions remain about the outbreak over at the White House and what we know about President Trump and Vice President Pence. Let's go to Jake, Dana, and Abby. Jake, the stakes are really amazing. What's going on right now, a unique moment in American history.
Absolutely, Wolf. And Dana, as if the plexiglass isn't enough of a reminder that not only do health officials say that the administration's response to the coronavirus pandemic has been inadequate and in some cases reckless. They actually now have an outbreak in the White House. The Oval Office and the West Wing are a hot zone. And the big question, of course, that the White House refuses to answer time after time is, when did the president last test negative? In other words, when did he catch it? And has he been abiding by all the health protocols that the White House has been saying he did? Because if he had it and then went to the Gold Star event 2 Sundays ago, went to Minnesota, went to New Jersey, went to Ohio, then that's the ultimate in reckless behavior.
The question is whether the president is patient zero with the White House outbreak. And we don't know the answer to that for all the reasons that you just laid out. We need to know, as American citizens, but most importantly, the people who he was in contact with, when he actually thinks that he possibly could have gotten the coronavirus. And you talked about all the people he went and saw outside the White House. What about the people who, about this time last week, we were talking about his debate prep. Almost all of the people in that room, inside the White House map room, have COVID. And they all got tested beforehand. So it is really an open question whether they got it from the president.
Right. And this all raises a big question. Can anyone, any of us, any people in the Biden campaign trust what this White House is saying about their testing regimen and who has been exposed and who has not? That's why this matters both for tonight's debate, in which Vice President Mike Pence says repeatedly he doesn't have to quarantine. He has given us letters from his doctor saying he wasn't exposed, but he was at that Rose Garden event. We know that. And the White House is being cagey about when people tested positive, when they were tested, and just sort of what the situation is altogether. If you are in the Biden campaign right now, and I've spoken to people around that campaign today, there is a lot of nervousness over there because it is still kind of an honor system. They have to expect that people who say that they're negative are in fact negative. And I'm not sure that anybody can be sure about what happened at last.
People who say they took tests actually took tests.
Yeah,
like the president
and that's the point, because first of all, there are health experts that say even if Vice President Pence has tested negative, which he says he has, Kamala Harris should not risk it. Susan Page, the moderator, should not risk it. They should not be going into a room where there is air circulating that Pence is exhaling. That's A. And B, I really think at this point in the crisis, and 4 years into this administration, you have to ask yourself, Dana, do you believe them? Do you believe the White House when they say Vice President Pence tested negative? Really? Would you bet your life on it?
No. But at this point, since we're watching a debate with one of our friends and colleagues moderating there and our other colleagues, covering it, we certainly hope so. And that there was a lesson learned and that Mike Pence isn't Donald Trump, despite the fact that he's been serving at his side for 4 years. But you know what? The other question is whether or not we really can rely on not just what the vice president is saying, but the fact that the tests are actually accurate. Stephen Miller, who was also in that debate prep room, obviously was around the president a lot. He had 5 negative tests until just last night, based on what they told us, till just last night. So it's not unlikely, improbable that we could see the same thing with the vice president.
And that is not necessarily something that is out of the ordinary. What public health experts are saying is that you can test negative and still have the virus. The way that this starts to impact tonight's debate is going to be that the whole argument that the Pence Trump campaign has been making is that this is all under control. We've got testing, we've got therapeutics. That's going to be put to the test tonight. And, I was speaking to someone close to Harris. They said this could not have been served up better for what she is trying to accomplish tonight. We are living in a moment in which everything that the Pence campaign has said about the virus is being put to the test based on the outbreak that's at the White House, and you're going to see the Harris campaign and the Biden campaign trying to take advantage.
Exactly, and to use a phrase that's not said very often, to Stephen Miller's credit, he isolated himself as soon as there was an obvious outbreak. That is not what Vice President Pence has been doing. Wolf?
Interesting indeed. Still ahead, the White House is going to extremes as it struggles to protect staffers from a contagious president. We're taking a closer look behind the scenes. And our fact checker, Daniel Dale, is warming up for tonight's debate by breaking down the president's newest claims about the pandemic. We'll be right back.
Hi, it's me, Hank. Sorry that was so loud. I ran upstairs. I got to go finish cutting up an onion, so I'm going to get back to the music. Just want to apologize for not managing the sound very well right there. Here we go. Back to music. I was turning the volume down while I was talking. So bad at this. Yeah, got to go finish my onion. Here we go.
Decisions for his third floor residence. The residence normally has 90 full-time and 250 part-time staff. There are now only approximately 8 to 10 employees rotating in shifts.
We can interact with somebody with coronavirus. It's not a death sentence, or they're not a leper. He still has the virus, but it doesn't mean that we can't interact with him in a safe way.
But the administration has been taking some risks. CNN has learned the president is not tested every day. White House officials instead use the term regularly, while noting people around Mr. Trump are tested daily. The White House outbreak now includes at least 20 people and 3 journalists who have tested positive for coronavirus. And administration officials are looking into debate prep sessions and the Rose Garden event nominating Amy Coney Barrett as likely spreaders of the virus late last month.
Now we gather in the Rose Garden.
The potential super spreader event included several attendees who have tested positive. The following day, the Trumps attended a Gold Star family ceremony in the Blue Room of the White House. Vice Commandant of the Coast Guard, Admiral Charles Ray, has since tested positive, while other military leaders present, like General Mark Milley, have tested negative but are self-quarantining.
Obviously, there was an outbreak here in the White House, but we've been checking on staff, following necessary contact tracing procedures.
It's not just top officials becoming infected. Military aides to the president have also tested positive. There are other workers at the White House who are also at risk, from landscapers to janitors, all vulnerable. That reality has some staffers afraid to even step foot on White House grounds, with one Trump advisor admitting, quote, "It's all bad."
And the president, I'm told, wants to get back on the campaign trail and, yes, hold rallies or some kind of rally-type event in the near future, in the coming days.
Well, gosh, that's depressing, huh? All that bullshit. Yes, we obviously had an outbreak at the White House. Like, you guys are the place where there's never supposed to be an outbreak. You are it's like getting a Ghostbusters attack at Ghostbusters. Although, and then not, it's worse. It's like if they opened up the Ghostbusters storage and let them all throughout this, like all the ghosts run their nefarious schemes throughout the city all at the same time. That's actually the plot of the movie, I know. But I'm just saying, these guys had no business acting like them getting the virus is in some way not immediately disqualifying from them being in charge of preventing the fucking virus from hurting people. They couldn't keep it away from themselves. It's like, so freaking annoying. All right, let's get back into the video here. I want to finish this before the debate comes up, and I think we're pretty close. Good, look at that guy. Jeez, it looks like the TV show What We Do in the Shadows. Looks like the brother of Colin Robinson. That's a great reference. You'll love it. Okay, what is that? I should be looking at the wrong. Okay, here we go. Premiere. Hang on a sec. I'll get Premiere up and okay, boom. There we are. Premiere. All right, so the export's finished. We're in Premiere now. Let's bring the file in. Second version 2. Put it right on top. Okay. Turn that off. I don't know why it's even not there, but okay. So we'll make sure you all got sound so you can hear. Let me just do a little bit of playing a bit.
Gun to increasingly question the
Okay, sound should be down, but you should still hear it a little bit. Let's see. Oh, we got someone speaking about unlocking a Pikachu emoji. Video, James. Yeah, your parents will be proud of your Pikachu emoji. Wish I could get a Pikachu emoji. Never had any emojis. That's not an invitation. I don't want any fucking emojis. I can't. Emojis make me want to only date older women who aren't going to be expecting fucking emoji puzzles All right, let's watch it. Bigger screen here, and we'll see how it looks.
You have begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of,
Nice.
of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think masks
efficacy
are okay.
of
You have
masks?
to understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to. But I
Just
wear
like your
masks
rallies.
when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able
All
to.
right, it's not perfect. There's a few things that I'm not super thrilled about. The tracking on Biden's microphone isn't great. That right there, it wiggles just a touch. It's not seamless. That's really annoying to me. It's fine. I don't think I need to really worry about that. Why it moves a little, I don't know. But I could probably just I know there's a way to better track it than the way I did. And also sometimes the like right there, that shot, I could do them coming out of his mouth, not in such a sequence. It might be better if it's a little more spread out around his whole breath. Is that worth doing a full re-export for? Probably not. So this little bit, stuff like that, I think I would go fix if I were just to indulge yet another round of overly anal, whatever I'm doing here. So, all right, good. We have a video, but now we need to pull in a few elements from, this is an edit I did for the other Twitch stream, if you're curious what it looks like to do a whole Twitch edit. Hold on, let me turn off the guide. My custom guide right here. Turn it off. So yeah, this is the Twitch graphics. You got the lightning object with the whatchamacallit, mosaic. Nice little sound effect. And Twitch pulls back. Plus it all kind of comes into focus with the mosaic in right here. That's what that looks like. Yoink. I could fart around with that forever. So this is just here's what the 3 sound effects look like. Whoosh. Do you hear the whoosh? It's a little quiet. Let me turn it up a little bit. You can hear the sound effects. I'll turn it back down. Pretty good. A little louder. And then here we go. Nice. Alrighty. I like that sound too. And I also do stuff like I separate the sound. This is me speaking. I actually did a lot of Twitch's onboard microphone controls are excellent. So I'm actually pretty happy with the way my voice is being picked up in general. So that's good. And these are just the clip outs and the songs of different stuff. So we'll see. It's a developing workflow. One thing I do like is going fast forward with so this is what the YouTube watchers are going to see. They're going to have me say goodbye, and then it's going to get really fast here. So let's see. Have fun. Goodbye. Nice. You can almost picture this being like a Volkswagen commercial. Kids, is your family getting tired? Is your family all identical? Are you in a polyamorous group marriage with 54 of your sisters and brothers, genetically inbred so deeply that you can't tell the difference between any of you? Random pregnancies? Try Cialis. Get a boner. No, I could come up with better comedy than that. That's pretty... I think the song... Is this a song change? Oh, yeah. Real uplifting. Sorry. I think I have a push-in on it. No? Did not? For that one? Okay. All right. No problem. So at the very end, then, we have this flower, which I really am digging it. Actually, no, that's not it. It's one of these two. Not that one either. Here it is. This back and forth rose flower. I find this to be quite compelling. I want to make a bigger or a better export out of the original so that I can actually properly do it. So I could do a 4K cut. So I want to take that. We're just going to go. I don't even know what to put at the end of this one, to be honest. So I guess we'll put it on YouTube, right? Let's go here. So I copied those elements. Twitch TV comes up. We want to cut it off at business.
Way to open businesses.
I might grab some sound. I could do I'll probably. So you'd go
200 feet away from it, he shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses.
Go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses.
Okay, it needs definitely needs sound. So I think I have my music somewhere. I have a bunch of different. Yeah, so this is like the opening music of like the Perfect Union podcast. All right. Let's try that. But I also will avail here's another thing I made, this transition. So
open businesses.
I kind of just want to pause it on him just for the hell of it. Frame hold, and then now when that hits, boom. What I'm going to do is cut that. We'll take the same thing, and then we will reverse it. I don't know why it's been popping up all the way in the corner. Reverse speed, which basically just flips the frames, and so now it'll open. Well, it'll open on that because he's there, but it'll open on the flower. That's nice. I could speed up. I could ramp that up. And then now, do I just put like a Twitch link? Because I don't know. Like, am I trying to advertise? Like, what? Let's say this went big on Twitter. I should probably have like a more than that, or some kind of like indicator. That would take a little bit of time to make, though. Kind of annoying. Because I want this to be wrong one. So, it's grouped. I'm not. Okay, there it goes.
The way to open businesses.
Just gonna let this render really fast. It won't take long because it's 720. All right. Cool. That's working out all right. See how quick that goes. That's partially because it's a Cineform codec. Cineform means it's less. It's not as compressed. You get a bigger file, but it's the computer doesn't have to do on-the-fly decompression like it does with delivery codecs like MP4s, which is H.264.
You have begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And
the opening ones could be a little bigger. They're a little hard to see, but it kind of builds.
Increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks
efficacy
are okay.
of
You have
masks?
to understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to. But I wear masks when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses.
Yeah, see, I want that to actually be a little. I want this to be faster, like twice as fast. So I'm going to rate stretch it roughly half-ish. Doesn't really matter as long as the final frames marry on the same color. Oh, it's because I didn't cut it. This right there, yeah. That's pretty quick. Wow, it's really fast. It's a little bit abrupt, so let's just give it a touch more frames. This one can actually be full speed. Yeah. That's good. I like that it has a bit of a different pullback quality. I could say like edited entirely onto or animated. I didn't do all the animation on Twitch, but let's see, what else should I put on this? I want to put the a logo, something to. There you go. That looks good. Wait, where are we going to start it from?
You have begun.
Yeah, right there.
You have begun.
Okay, so the rows. Just get it tight on it a little bit. It's so annoying. Premiere's way of working on stuff can be really obnoxious. All right. Stop. Wrong button. Okay. Whoops. This window's not big enough. I'm basically thinking I want equidistance between these pixels and the side of the frame and these pixels on the side of the frame. And it's not really quite there, but that's okay. It's honestly, I overthink that kind of stuff all the time. All right.
You have begun to.
That's distracting, isn't it? I don't like it. Let's put it 180 rotated and then all the way in the corner, the other side. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay. Just a touch that way. Let's give it a glow. Or like an outer glow, which isn't a thing in Adobe, so I use a drop shadow with 0 distance, just up the softness. So behind it, you'll see it. See how behind the flower it. Hi, Hank here. This is where the stream broke down. I saw an error message on OBS, and I'm just not that familiar enough with the software to really understand what it meant. I thought it meant like a brief blip, and I just goofed it up. So we lost about 30 minutes, mostly me working on the ending of the Trump virus animation. And we're going to play that at the very end of this whole thing, so you can skip ahead if you want, but that'll be waiting at the end for all of y'all, like ice cream after a soccer game. Okay, we're going to pick it back up about 5 or 15 minutes into the debate.
The vice president is the head of the task force. The vice president is and knew on January 28th how serious this was. And then thanks to Bob Woodward, we learned that they knew about it. And then when that was exposed, the vice president said, when asked, well, why didn't y'all tell anybody? He said, because the president wanted people to remain calm.
Well, let's get
but Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to add, but Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I'm
speaking.
Yeah, you can have 15 more seconds, and then we'll give the vice president a chance to respond.
So I want to ask the American people, how calm were you when you were panicked about where you're going to get your next roll of toilet paper? How calm were you when your kids were sent home from school and you didn't know when they could go back? How calm were you when your children couldn't see your parents because you were afraid they could kill them?
Let's give Vice President Pence a chance to respond. Vice President Pence, you have 1 minute to respond.
You know, there's not a day gone by that I haven't thought of every American family that's lost a loved one. And I want all of you to know that you'll always be in our hearts and in our prayers. But when you say what the American people have done over these last 8 months hasn't worked, that's a great disservice to the sacrifices the American people have made.
I'm referring
the reality,
to
if I may finish, Senator, The reality is, Dr. Fauci said, everything that he told the president in the Oval Office, the president told the American people. Now, President Trump, I will tell you, has boundless confidence in the American people, and he always spoke with confidence that we'd get through this together. But when you say it hasn't worked, when Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx and our medical experts came to us in the second week of March, they said if the president didn't take the unprecedented step of shutting down roughly half of the American economy, that we could lose 2.2 million Americans. Now, that's the reality.
Thank you.
They also
Thank you,
said
Vice
to us,
President
if we
Pence.
did everything right, Susan, we could still lose more than 200,000 Americans.
Vice President
now, one
Pence.
life lost is
Thank
too
you.
many, Susan. But the American people, I believe, deserve credit for the sacrifices that they have made, putting the health of their family and their neighbors first, our doctors, our nurses, our first
Thank you, Vice
responders.
President Pence.
And I'm going to speak up on behalf of what the American people have done.
Vice President Pence, you were in the front row in a Rose Garden event 11 days ago at what seems to have been a super spreader event for senior administration and congressional officials. No social distancing, few masks, and now a cluster of coronavirus cases among those who were there. How can you expect Americans to follow the administration's safety guidelines to protect themselves from COVID when you at the White House have not been doing so?
Well, the American people have demonstrated over the last 8 months that when given the facts, they're willing to put the health of their families and their neighbors and people they don't even know first. And President Trump and I have great confidence.
Bullshit. Mike Pence is full of shit. I'm not going to talk over everything, but I just wanted to say you're watching the debate stream plus shrimp. I'm going to feed the shrimp in 15 minutes at 6:30. It's 6:15 right now, roughly. And I'm going to stay out of the way. But I had a problem with the stream, and I lost like a half hour. I was just sitting here talking to absolutely nobody. But when I switched over to the debate, I realized it was down, and I finally got it working. All right. Back to Mike Pence's fountain of nonsense. Don't believe a fucking word this guy says. He's just such a phony. Look at a permanent furrowed brow. He's just a lying scumbag. Every single sentence that comes out of his fucking mouth indicates how much he despises the people who follow him. It's insulting to think that anybody would buy this kind of bullshit, and what a shameful thing that so many in America do. Here we go. Back to the shrimp. Back to the debate. Feeding at in this 13 minutes. Bye.
Which all of our scientists regularly and routinely advise. The difference here is President Trump and I trust the American people to make choices in the best interest of their health. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris consistently talk about mandates, and not just mandates with the coronavirus, but a government takeover of health care,
Thank you,
the Green New Deal, all government control. We're about freedom and respecting the freedom of the American people.
Let's talk about respecting the American people. You respect the American people when you tell them the truth. You respect the American people when you have the courage to be a leader speaking of those things that you may not want people to hear, but they need to hear so they can protect themselves. But this administration stood on information that if you had as a parent, if you had as a worker, knowing you didn't have enough money saved up, and now you're standing in a food line because of the ineptitude of an administration that was unwilling to speak the truth to the American people. So let's talk about caring about the American people. The American people have had to sacrifice far too much because of the incompetence of this administration. It is asking too much of the people.
Susan, we talk about
it is asking too much of the people. That they would not be equipped with the information they need to help themselves to protect their parents and their children.
Kamala Harris, Senator Harris, I'm sorry.
It's fine, I'm Kamala.
No, you're Senator Harris to me. For life to get back to normal, Dr. Anthony Fauci and other experts say that most of the people who can be vaccinated need to be vaccinated. But half of Americans now say they wouldn't take a vaccine if it was released now. If the Trump administration approves a vaccine before or after the election, should Americans take it, and would you take it?
If the public health professionals, if Dr. Fauci, if the doctors tell us that we should take it, I'll be the first in line to take it. Absolutely. But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Vice President Pence, there have been a lot of repercussions from this pandemic. In recent days, the president's diagnosis of COVID-19 has underscored the importance of the job that you hold and that you are seeking. That's our second topic tonight. It's the role of the vice president. One of you will make history on January 20th. You will be the vice president to the oldest president the United States has ever had. Donald Trump will be 74 years old on Inauguration Day. Joe Biden will be 78 years old. That already has raised concerns among some voters, concerns that have been sharpened by President Trump's hospitalization in recent days. Vice President Pence, have you had a conversation or reached an agreement with President Trump about safeguards or procedures when it comes to the issue of presidential disability? And if not, do you think you should? You have 2 minutes without interruption.
Well, Susan, thank you, although I would like to go back.
I think we need to move on to the issue
Well, thank you,
of
but I would like to go back because the reality is that we're going to have a vaccine, Senator, in record time, in unheard of time, in less than a year. We have 5 companies in phase 3 clinical trials, and we're right now producing tens of millions of doses. So the fact that you continue to undermine public confidence in a vaccine, if the vaccine emerges during the Trump administration, I think is unconscionable. And Senator, I just ask you, stop playing politics with people's lives. The reality is that we will have a vaccine, we believe, before the end of this year. And it will have the capacity to save countless American lives. And your continuous undermining of confidence in a vaccine is just, it's just unacceptable. And let me also say, you know, the reality is when you talk about failure in this administration, we actually do know what failure looks like in a pandemic. It was 2009. The swine flu arrived in the United States. Thankfully, it ended up not being as lethal as the coronavirus. But before the end of the year, when Joe Biden was vice president of the United States, not 7.5 million people contracted the swine flu. 60 million Americans contracted the swine flu. If the swine flu had been as lethal as the coronavirus, in 2009, when Joe Biden was vice president, we would have lost 2 million American lives. His own chief of staff, Ron Klain, would say last year that it was pure luck that they did, quote, everything possible wrong. And we learned from that. They left the strategic national stockpile empty. They left an empty and hollow plan, but we still learned from it. And I think the American people, I'm going to say again, can be proud of what we have done. And Senator, please stop undermining confidence in a vaccine.
Senator Harris, let me ask you the same question that I asked Vice President Pence, which is, have you had a conversation or reached an agreement with Vice President Biden about safeguards or procedures when it comes to the issue of presidential disability? And if not, and if you win the election next month, do you think you should? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So let me tell you, first of all, the day I got the call from Joe Biden, it was actually a Zoom call, asking me to serve with him on this ticket was probably one of the most memorable days of my life. I thought about my mother, who came to the United States at the age of 19, gave birth to me at the age of 25 at Kaiser Hospital in Oakland, California. And the thought that I'd be sitting here right now, I know would make her proud, and she must be looking down on this. Joe and I were raised in a very similar way. We were raised with values that are about hard work, about the value and the dignity of public service, and about the importance of fighting for the dignity of all people. And I think Joe asked me to serve with him because, I have a career that included being elected the first woman district attorney of San Francisco, where I created models of innovation for law enforcement in terms of reform of the criminal justice system. I was elected the first woman of color and black woman to be elected Attorney General of the state of California, where I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice. And there I took on everything from transnational criminal organizations to the big banks that were taking advantage of homeowners, to for-profit colleges that were taking advantage of veterans. And then, of course, now I serve in the United States Senate as only the second black woman ever elected to the United States Senate. I serve on the Senate Intelligence Committee, where I've been in regular receipt of classified information about threats to our nation and hotspots around the world. I've traveled the world. I've met with our soldiers in our in war zones. And I think Joe has asked me to serve with him because he knows that we share a purpose, which is about lifting up the American people. And after the 4 years that we have seen of Donald Trump unifying our country around our common values and principles.
Thank you, Senator Harris. You know, neither President Trump nor Vice President Biden has released a sort of detailed health information that had become the modern norm until the 2016 election. And in recent days, President Trump's doctors have given misleading answers or refused to answer basic questions about his health. And my question to each of you in turn is this information voters deserve to know? Vice President Pence, would you like to go first?
Well, Susan, thank you. And let me say, on behalf of the President and the First Lady, how moved we've all been by the outpouring of prayers and concern for the President. And I do believe it's emblematic of the prayers and the concern that have ushered forth for every American impacted by the coronavirus. But the care the President received at Walter Reed Hospital, the White House doctors, was exceptional. And the transparency that they practiced all along the way will continue. The American people have a right to know about the health and well-being of their president, and will continue to do that. But I'm just extremely grateful and was more than a little moved by the broad and bipartisan support. And Senator, I want to thank you and Joe Biden for your expressions, genuine concern. And I also want to congratulate you, as I did on that phone call, on the historic nature of your nomination.
Thank you.
I never expected to be on this stage 4 years ago, so I know the feeling. But the reality is we've got an election before the American people in the midst of this challenging year. And the stakes have never been higher, but I think the choice has never been clearer.
I want to give Senator Harris a chance to respond to the same question I asked, which is, do voters have a right to know more detailed health information about presidential candidates and especially about presidents, especially when they're facing some kind of challenge?
Absolutely. And that's why Joe Biden has been so incredibly transparent, and certainly by contrast, the president has not, both in terms of health records, but also let's look at taxes. We now know, because of great investigative journalism, that Donald Trump paid $750 in taxes. When I first heard about it, I literally said, "You mean $750,000? And it was like, no, $750. We now know Donald Trump owes and is in debt for $400 million. And just so everyone is clear, when we say in debt, it means you owe money to somebody. And it'd be really good to know who the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, owes money to, because the American people have a right to know what is influencing the President's decisions. And is he making those decisions on the best interest of the American people, of you, or self-interest? So, Susan, I'm glad you asked about transparency, because it has to be across the board. Joe has been incredibly transparent over many, many years. The one thing we all know about Joe, he puts it all out there. He is honest, he is forthright. But Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been about covering up everything.
Thank you, Senator Harris. I want to give you a chance to respond, Vice President.
Well, look, I respect the fact that Joe Biden spent 47 years in public life. I respect your public service as well.
Thank you.
But the American people have a president who's a businessman, he's a job creator, who's paid tens of millions of dollars in taxes, payroll taxes, property taxes. He's created tens of thousands of American jobs. And the president said those public reports are not accurate. And the president's also released literally stacks of financial disclosures the American people can review just as the law allows. But the distinction here is that Joe Biden, 47 years in public service, compared to President Donald Trump, who brought all of that experience 4 years ago.
Thank you, Vice
and
President.
turned this economy around by cutting taxes, rolling back regulation, unleashing American energy, fighting for free and fair trade, and all of that's on the line if Joe Biden.
Hey, Butter Nichols, thanks for tuning in and for the comments. Yeah, it's bullshit. The businessman thing is just such nonsense. Why does that make it okay for them to screw everybody? Because that's what businesses do in general. They try to maximize. Okay, get back to it. Thanks for joining the stream. Feeding the shrimp in a moment or two.
Stalled, and that was before the latest round of layoffs and furloughs in the airline industry at Disney and elsewhere. Hundreds of thousands of discouraged workers have stopped looking for work. Nearly 11 million jobs that existed at the beginning of the year haven't been replaced. Those hardest hit include Latinos, blacks, and women. Senator Harris, the Biden-Harris campaign has proposed new programs to boost the economy, and you would pay for that new spending by raising $4 trillion in taxes on wealthy individuals and corporations. Some economists warn that could curb entrepreneurial ventures that fuel growth and create jobs. Would raising taxes put the recovery at risk? And you have 2 minutes to answer uninterrupted.
Thank you. On the issue of the economy, I think there couldn't be a more fundamental difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden believes you measure the health and the strength of America's economy based on the health and the strength of the American worker and the American family. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who measures the strength of the economy based on how rich people are doing, which is why he passed a tax bill benefiting the top 1% and the biggest corporations of America, leading to a $2 trillion deficit that the American people are going to have to pay for. On day one, Joe Biden will repeal that tax bill. He'll get rid of it. And what he'll do with the money is invest it in the American people. And through a plan that is about investing in infrastructure, something that Donald Trump said he would do. I remember hearing about some infrastructure week. I don't think it ever happened. But Joe Biden will do that. He'll invest in infrastructure. It's about upgrading our roads and bridges, but also investing in clean energy and renewable energy. Joe is going to invest that money in what we need to do around innovation. There was a time when our country believed in science and invested in research and development so that we were an innovation leader on the globe. Joe Biden will use that money to invest in education. So, for example, for folks who want to go to a 2-year community college, it will be free. If you come from a family that makes less than $125,000, you'll go to a public university for free. And across the board, we'll make sure that if you have student loan debt, it's cut by $10,000. That's how Joe Biden thinks about the economy, which is it's about investing in the people of our country as opposed to passing a tax bill, which had the benefit of letting American corporations go offshore to do their business.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, your administration has been predicting a rapid and robust recovery, but the latest economic report suggests that's not happening. Should Americans be braced for an economic comeback that is going to take not months, but a year or more? You have 2 minutes to answer uninterrupted.
When President Trump and I took office, America had gone through the slowest economic recovery since the Great Depression. It's when Joe Biden was vice president, they tried to tax and spend and regulate and bail our way back to a growing economy. President Trump cut taxes across the board. Despite what Senator Harris says, the average American family of 4 had $2,000 in savings in taxes. And with the rise in wages that occurred, most predominantly for blue-collar, hardworking Americans, the average household income for a family of 4 increased by $4,000 following President Trump's tax cuts. But America, you just heard Senator Harris tell you, on day one, Joe Biden's going to raise your taxes. It's really remarkable to think, Susan. I mean, right after a time where we're going through a pandemic that lost 22 million jobs at the height, we've already added back 11.6 million jobs because we had a president who cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy, fought for free and fair trade, and secured $4 trillion from the Congress of the United States to give direct payments to families, save 50 million jobs through the Paycheck Protection Program. We literally have spared no expense to help the American people and the American worker through this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to raise taxes. They want to bury our economy under a $2 trillion Green New Deal, which you were one of the original co-sponsors of in the United States Senate. They want to abolish fossil fuels and ban fracking, which would cost hundreds of thousands of American jobs all across the heartland. And Joe Biden wants to go back to the economic surrender to China, that when we took office, half of our international trade deficit was with China alone. And Joe Biden wants to repeal all of the tariffs that President Trump put into effect to fight for American jobs and American workers. Joe Biden says democracy's on the ballot. Make no mistake about it, Susan. The American economy, the American comeback is on the ballot with 4 more years of growth and opportunity, 4 more years of President Donald Trump. 2021 is going to be the biggest economic year in the history of this country.
Thank you, Vice President Pence. Senator Harris.
Well, I mean, I thought we saw enough of it in last week's debate, but I think this is supposed to be a debate based on fact and truth. And the truth and the fact is Joe Biden has been very clear. He will not raise taxes on anybody who makes less than $400,000 a year.
He said he's going to repeal the Trump tax cuts.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well,
I'm speaking.
It'd be important if you said the truth. Joe Biden said twice in the debate last week that he's going to repeal the Trump tax cuts. That was tax cuts that gave the average working family $2,000 in a tax break every single year. Senator,
that is absolutely not true. That
is he only going to repeal part of the Trump tax cuts?
If you don't mind letting me finish, we can then have a conversation, okay?
Please.
Okay. Joe Biden will not raise taxes on anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year. He has been very clear about that. Joe Biden will not end fracking. He has been very clear about that. Joe Biden is the one who, during the Great Recession, was responsible for the Recovery Act that brought America back. And now the Trump-Pence administration wants to take credit when they rode the coattails of Joe Biden's success for the economy that they had at the beginning of their term. Of course, now the economy is a complete disaster. But Joe Biden, on the one hand, did that. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who has reigned over a recession that is being compared to the Great Depression. On the one hand, you have Joe Biden, who was responsible with President Barack Obama for the Affordable Care Act, which brought health care to over 20 million Americans and protected people with pre-existing conditions. And what it also did is it saved those families who otherwise were going bankrupt because of hospital bills they could not afford. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who's in court right now, trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which means that you will lose protections if you have pre-existing conditions. And this is very important, Susan.
Yes,
and it's important.
We need to give Vice President.
I'd just like he interrupted me, and I'd like to just finish, please. If you have a pre-existing condition, heart disease, diabetes, breast cancer, they're coming for you. If you love someone who has a pre-existing condition, they're coming for you. If you are under the age of 26 on your parents' coverage, they're coming for you.
Senator Harris, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me give you a chance to respond.
Well, I hope we have a chance to talk about health care because Obamacare was a disaster. The American people remember it well. And President Trump and I have a plan to improve health care and to protect pre-existing conditions for every American. But look, Senator Harris, you're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. You yourself said on multiple occasions when you were running for president that you would ban fracking. Joe Biden looked at a supporter in the eye and pointed and said, I guarantee that we will abolish fossil fuels. They have a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal, Susan, that your newspaper, USA Today, said really wasn't that very different from the original Green New Deal. More taxes, more regulation, banning fracking, abolishing fossil fuel, crushing American energy, and economic surrender to China is a prescription for economic decline. President Trump and I will keep America growing. The V-shaped recovery that's underway right now will continue with 4 more years of President Donald Trump.
Thank you very, very much, Vice President Pence. Once again, you've provided the perfect segue to a new topic, which is climate change. And Vice President Pence, I'd like to pose the first question to you. This year, we've seen record-setting hurricanes in the South. Another one, Hurricane Delta, is now threatening the Gulf. And we have seen record-setting wildfires in the West. Do you believe, as the scientific community has concluded, that man-made climate change has made wildfires bigger, hotter, and more deadly, and have made hurricanes wetter, slower, and more damaging? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Thank you, Susan. Well, first, I'm very proud of our record on the environment and on conservation. According to all of the best estimates, our air and land are cleaner than any time ever recorded. Our water is among the cleanest in the world. And just a little while ago, the president signed the Outdoors Act. It's the largest investment in our public lands and public parks in 100 years. So President Trump has made a commitment to conservation and to the environment. Now, with regard to climate change, the climate is changing. But the issue is, what's the cause and what do we do about it? President Trump has made it clear that we're going to continue to listen to the science. Now, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris would put us back in the Paris Climate Accord. They'd impose the Green New Deal, which would crush American energy, would increase the energy costs of American families in their homes, and literally would crush American jobs. And President Trump and I believe that the progress that we have made in a cleaner environment has been happening precisely because we have a strong free market economy. You know, what's remarkable is the United States has reduced CO2 more than the countries that are still in the Paris Climate Accord, but we've done it through innovation, and we've done it through natural gas and fracking, which, Senator, the American people can go look at the record. I know Joe Biden says otherwise now, as you do, but the both of you repeatedly committed to abolishing fossil fuel and banning fracking. And so by creating the kind of American innovation, we're actually steering toward a stronger and better environment. With regard to wildfires, President Trump and I believe that forest management has to be front and center, and even Governor Gavin Newsom from your state has agreed we've got to work on forest management. And with regard to hurricanes, the National Oceanic Administration tells us that actually, as difficult as they are,
Thank you, Vice President.
there are no more hurricanes today than there were 100 years ago.
Thank you.
But many of the climate alarmists
President Pence,
use
I'm sorry, your time
hurricanes
is up.
and wildfires to try and
Thank
sell
you,
their
Vice
bill of
President
goods
Pence.
of a Green New Deal. And President Trump and I are going to always put
Thank you,
American
Vice
jobs and
President
American
Pence.
workers first.
Senator Harris, as the Vice President mentioned, you co-sponsored the Green New Deal in Congress. But Vice President Biden said in last week's debate that he does not support the Green New Deal. But if you look at the Biden-Harris campaign website, it describes the Green New Deal as a crucial framework. What exactly would be the stance of a Biden-Harris administration toward the Green New Deal? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. So first of all, I will repeat, and the American people know, that Joe Biden will not ban fracking. That is a fact. That is a fact. I will repeat that Joe Biden has been very clear that he thinks about growing jobs, which is why he will not increase taxes for anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year. Joe Biden's economic plan, Moody's, which is a reputable Wall Street firm, has said will create 7 million more jobs than Donald Trump's. And part of those jobs that will be created by Joe Biden are going to be about clean energy and renewable energy. Because you see, Joe understands that the west coast of our country is burning, including my home state of California. Joe sees what is happening on the Gulf states, which are being battered by storms. Joe has seen and talked with the farmers in Iowa, whose entire crops have been destroyed because of floods. And so Joe believes, again, in science. I'll tell you something, Susan. I served, when I first got to the Senate, on the committee that's responsible for the environment. Do you know this administration took the word science off the website and then took the phrase climate change off the website? We have seen a pattern with this administration, which is they don't believe in science. And Joe's plan is about saying we're going to deal with it, but we're also going to create jobs. Donald Trump, when asked about the wildfires in California, and the question was, you know, the science is telling us this, you know what Donald Trump said? Science doesn't know. So let's talk about who is prepared to lead our country over the course of the next 4 years on what is an existential threat to us as human beings. Joe is about saying we're going to invest that in renewable energy. It's going to be about the creation of millions of jobs. We will achieve net zero emissions by 2050, carbon neutral by 2035. Joe has a plan. This has been a lot of talk from the Trump administration, and really it has been to go backward instead of forward. We will also re-enter the climate agreement with pride.
Senator Harris just said that climate change is an existential threat. Vice President Pence, do you believe that climate change poses an existential threat?
As I said, Susan, the climate is changing. We'll follow the science. But once again, Senator Harris is denying the fact that they're going to raise taxes on every American. Joe Biden said twice in the debate last week that on day one he was going to repeal the Trump tax cuts. Those tax cuts delivered $2,000 in tax relief to the average family of four across America. And with regard to banning fracking, I just recommend that people look at the record. You yourself said repeatedly that you would ban fracking. You were the first Senate co-sponsor of the Green New Deal. And while Joe Biden denied the Green New Deal, Susan, thank you for pointing out the Green New Deal is on their campaign website. And as USA Today said, it's essentially the same plan as you co-sponsored with AOC when she submitted it in the Senate. And you just heard the senator say that she's going to resubmit America to the Paris Climate Accord. Look, the American people have always cherished our environment. We'll continue to cherish it. We've made great progress reducing CO2 emissions through American innovation and the development of natural gas through fracking. We don't need a massive $2 trillion Green New Deal that would impose all new mandates on American businesses and American families.
Thank you.
Joe Biden wants us to retrofit 4 million American business buildings. It makes no sense. It will cost jobs. President Trump is going to put America first. He's going to put jobs first, and we're going to take care of our environment and follow the science.
Thank you, Vice President. On the issue of jobs,
Senator Harris,
let's talk about that. The Vice President earlier referred to, as part of what he thinks is an accomplishment, the President's trade war with China. You lost that trade war. You lost it. What ended up happening is because of a so-called trade war with China, America lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs. Farmers have experienced bankruptcy because of it. We are in a manufacturing recession because of it. And when we look at where this administration has been, there are estimates that by the end of the term of this administration, they will have lost more jobs than almost any other presidential administration. And the American people know what I'm talking about. You know, I think about 20-year-olds. You know, we have a 20-year-old, a 20-something-year-old, who are coming out of high school and college right now, and you're wondering, is there going to be a job there for me? We're looking at people who are trying to figure out how they're going to pay rent by the end of the month. Almost half of American renters are worried about whether they're going to be able to pay rent by the end of the month. This is where the economy is in America right now, and it is because of the catastrophe and the failure of leadership of this administration.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me give you just 15 seconds to respond, because then I want to move on to
Well, I'd love to respond. Look, lost the trade war with China. Joe Biden never fought it. Joe Biden has been a cheerleader for communist China over the last several decades. And again, Senator Harris, you're entitled to your opinion. You're not entitled to your own facts. When Joe Biden was vice president, we lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs, and President Obama said they were never coming back. He said we needed a magic wand to bring them back. In our first 3 years after we cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy, this administration saw 500,000 manufacturing jobs created. And that's exactly the kind of growth we're going to continue to see as we bring our nation through this pandemic. But a Green New Deal, your massive new mandates, your Paris Climate Accord, it's going to kill jobs this time, just like it killed jobs.
I just need to respond very briefly.
15 seconds, and
then we'll move on. Thank you. Joe Biden is responsible for saving America's auto industry, and you voted against it. So let's set the record straight. Thank you.
I'd like to talk about China. We have, as our next topic, we have no more complicated or consequential foreign relationship than the one with China. It is a huge market for American agricultural goods. It's a potential partner in dealing with climate change in North Korea. And in a video tonight, President Trump again blamed it for the coronavirus, saying China will pay. Vice President Pence, how would you describe our fundamental relationship with China? Competitors, adversaries, enemies? You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Susan. Well, before I leave that, let me speak to voting records if I can. You know, everybody knows that NAFTA cost literally thousands of American factories to close. We saw automotive jobs go south of the border. President Trump fought to renegotiate NAFTA. And the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement is now the law of the land. American people deserve to know Senator Kamala Harris was one of only 10 members of the Senate to vote against the USMCA. It was a huge win for American auto workers. It was a huge win for American farmers, especially dairy in the upper Midwest. But Senator, you said it didn't go far enough on climate change, that you put your radical environmental agenda ahead of American auto workers and ahead of American jobs. I think the American people deserve to know that. Is probably why Newsweek magazine said that Kamala Harris was the most liberal member of the United States Senate in 2019, more liberal than Bernie Sanders, more liberal than any of the others in the United States Senate. So now, with regard to China, look, Susan, first and foremost, China is to blame for the coronavirus. And President Trump is not happy about it. He's made that very clear, made it clear again today. China and the World Health Organization did not play straight with the American people. They did not let our personnel into China to get information on the coronavirus until the middle of February. Fortunately, President Trump, in dealing with China from the outset of this administration, standing up to China that had been taking advantage of America for decades in the wake of Joe Biden's cheerleading for China, President Trump made that decision before the end of January to suspend all travel from China. And again, the American people deserve to know Joe Biden opposed President Trump's decision to suspend all travel from China. He said it was hysterical. He said it was xenophobic.
Vice President Pence.
But President Trump has stood up to China. We're going to continue to stand strong.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
We want to improve the relationship, but we're going to level the playing field, and we're going to hold China accountable for what they did to America with the coronavirus.
Thank you. Senator Harris, let me ask you the same question.
Hey, it's Hank. That's incredibly dangerous. They're going to try to start a war with China over the coronavirus. Trump has enormous business ties to China, and the United States oligarchy corporations and industries all have been using China's labor for decades and decades and decades to produce and to extract value from the Chinese people and their work. So the American business ties go far too deep in China, I think, for a real war to break out, although they would probably benefit from some sort of skirmish like over Taiwan or some other sort of coastal naval thing. But this is not it's terrible. And they're going to use the racism of their base to get a whole bunch of people killed. So fuck Mike Pence, fuck this anti-China stuff. And Kamala should push back with explaining the ways that the Trump family itself have used their influence as the presidential family to manipulate American foreign policy with China, trademark deals and stuff like that. These fucking people, man. I can't. Okay, I'll have more at the end. I'm taking notes and stuff. Back to the shrimp. Aren't they cute? Look how cute they are. Eat, you fucks. Fucking eat. I got paying customers waiting for you to deliver.
Trade deal. The trade war, they wanted to call it, with China. It resulted in the loss of over 300 manufacturing jobs and a manufacturing recession, and the American consumer paying thousands of dollars more for goods because of that failed war that they called it. Then let's talk about standing. Pew, a reputable research firm, has done an analysis that shows that leaders of all of our formerly allied countries have now decided that they hold in greater esteem and respect Xi Jinping, the head of the Chinese Communist Party, than they do Donald Trump, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States. This is where we are today because of a failure of leadership by this administration.
Senator Harris, we've seen changes in the role of the United States in terms of global leadership over the past 4 years. And of course, times do change. What's your definition? We've seen strains with China, of course, as the Vice President mentioned. We've seen strains with our traditional allies in NATO and elsewhere. What is your definition of the role of American leadership in 2020?
So you know, Joe is, I love talking with Joe about a lot of these issues. And, you know, Joe, I think he said it quite well. He says, you know, foreign policy, it might sound complicated, but really it's relationships. So just think about it as relationships. And so we know this in our personal and professional relationships. You got to keep your word to your friends. You got to be loyal to your friends. People who've stood with you, got to stand with them. You got to know who your adversaries are and keep them in check. But what we have seen with Donald Trump is that he has betrayed our friends and embraced dictators around the world. Let's take, for example, Russia. So, Russia, I serve on the Intelligence Committee of the United States Senate. America's intelligence community told us Russia interfered in the election of the President of the United States in 2016 and is playing in 2020. Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, said the same. But Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, prefers to take the word of Vladimir Putin over the word of the American intelligence community. You look at our friends at NATO. He has walked away from agreements. You can look at the Iran nuclear deal, which now has put us in a position where we are less safe because they are building up what might end up being a significant nuclear arsenal. We were in that deal, guys. We were in the Iran nuclear deal with friends, with allies around the country. And because of Donald Trump's unilateral approach to foreign policy, coupled with his isolationism, he pulled us out and has made America less safe. So, Susan, it's about relationships. And the thing that has always been part of the strength of our nation, in addition to our great military, has been that we keep our word. But Donald Trump doesn't understand that because he doesn't understand what it means to be honest.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me give you a chance to respond.
Well, thank you. Well, President Trump kept his word when we moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Israel. When Joe Biden was vice president, they promised to do that, and they never did. We've stood strong with our allies, but we've been demanding. NATO is now contributing more to our common defense than ever before, thanks to President Trump's leadership. We've strengthened our alliances across the Asia-Pacific, and we've stood strong against those who would do us harm. You know, when President Trump came into office, ISIS had captured an area of the Middle East the size of Pennsylvania. But President Trump unleashed the American military, and our armed forces destroyed the ISIS caliphate and took down their leader, al-Baghdadi, without one American casualty. Al-Baghdadi was responsible for the death of thousands. But notably, America's hearts today are with the family of Kayla Mueller, her parents of which are here with us tonight in Salt Lake City. Today, two of the ISIS killers responsible for Kayla Mueller's murder were brought to justice in the United States. Jihadi John was killed on the battlefield along with the other beetle. The reality is that when Joe Biden was vice president, we had an opportunity to save Kayla Mueller. It breaks my heart to reflect on it, but the military came into the Oval Office, presented a plan. They said they knew where Kayla was. Baghdadi had held her for 18 months, abused her mercilessly before they killed her. But when Joe Biden was vice president, they hesitated for a month. And when armed forces finally went in, it was clear she'd been moved 2 days earlier. And her family says with a heart that broke the heart of every American that if President Donald Trump had been president, they believe Kayla would be alive today.
Thank you, Vice President.
Look, we destroyed the ISIS caliphate. And you talk about re-entering the Iran nuclear deal. I mean, the last administration transferred $1.8 billion to the leading state sponsor of terrorism. President Donald Trump got us out of the deal.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
And when Qasem Soleimani was traveling to Baghdad to do harm to Americans, President Donald Trump took him out.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
And America is safer, our allies are safer, and the American people know President Donald Trump will never have
Thank you, Vice President
take
Pence.
action.
I would like to give Senator Harris a chance to respond, but not at such great length, because, of course, there are other topics we want to talk about.
But I would like equal time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
First of all, to the Mueller family, I know about your daughter's case, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What happened to her is awful. And it should have never happened. And I know Joe feels the same way. And I know that President Obama feels the same way. But you mentioned Soleimani. Let's start there. So after the strike on Soleimani, there was a counter strike on our troops in Iraq. And they suffered serious brain injuries. And do you know what Donald Trump dismissed them as? Headaches. And this is about a pattern of Donald Trump's, where he has referred to our men who are serving in our military as suckers and losers. Donald Trump, who went to Arlington Cemetery and stood above the graves of our fallen heroes and said, what's in it for them? Because, of course, he only thinks about what's in it for him. Let's take what he said about John McCain, a great American hero. And Donald Trump says he doesn't deserve to be called a hero because he was a prisoner of war. And this is very important when you want to talk about who is the current commander-in-chief and what they care about and what they don't care about. Public reporting that Russia had bounties on the heads of American soldiers. And you know what a bounty is? It's somebody puts a price on your head and they will pay it if you are killed. And Donald Trump had talked at least 6 times to Vladimir Putin and never brought up the subject. Joe Biden would never do that.
Thank you.
Joe Biden would, but Joe Biden would hold Russia to account for any threat to our nation's security or to our troops who are sacrificing their lives for the sake of our democracy and our safety.
Thank you, Senator Harris. This is such an important issue, but we have other important issues as well. And
Susan,
I want to make sure we have a chance
I really have to
talk
respond
about
to that. Look, she has
15 seconds because
well, I got to have
trying
more
to
than
keep,
that. Look,
well, I'm sorry, but Vice President Pence, you've had more time than she's had so far.
The slanders against President Donald Trump regarding men and women of our armed forces are absurd.
I'm sorry, Vice
My
President
son
Pence.
is a captain in the United States Marine Corps. My son-in-law is deployed in the United States Navy. I can assure all of you, with sons and daughters serving in our military, President Donald Trump not only respects but reveres all of those who serve in our armed forces, and any suggestion otherwise is ridiculous.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
The American people deserve, Susan, the American people deserve to know.
Vice President Pence, I did not, excuse me,
Susan,
I did not create the rules for tonight.
Joe Biden.
Your campaigns agreed to the rules for tonight's debate with the Commission on Presidential Debates. I'm here to enforce them, which involves moving from one topic to another, giving roughly equal time to both of you, which is what I'm trying very hard to do.
Go right ahead.
So I want to go ahead and move to the next topic, which is an important one, as the last topic was, and that is the Supreme Court. On Monday, the Senate Judiciary Committee is scheduled to open hearings on Amy Coney Barrett's nomination to the Supreme Court. Senator Harris, you'll be there as a member of the committee. Yes. Her confirmation would cement the court's conservative majority and make it likely open to more abortion restrictions, even to overturning the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling. Access to abortion would then be up to the states. Vice President Pence, you're the former governor of Indiana. If Roe v. Wade is overturned, what would you want Indiana to do? Would you want...
Here comes a lot of bullshit about the sanctity of life and all this other nonsense. I wonder if enough Americans see this kind of speech, what Pence is doing is ghoulish and strange. Also, just wanted to say, thank God the moderator finally enforced a time limit on him. He's been running over the clock crazy. So it's gross. But all right, back to it. Let's listen to this idiotic answer. Idiotic's not the right word. Manipulative and gross. By the way, Butternickles 1, thanks for all the great comments. I'm reading them. I'll probably have some responses when this is over.
And Kamala Harris actually criticized the decision to take out Qasem Soleimani. It's really inexplicable, but with regard to Joe Biden, it's explainable. Because history records that Joe Biden actually opposed the raid against Osama bin Laden. It's absolutely essential that we have a commander-in-chief who will not hesitate to act to protect American lives and to protect American service members, and that's what you have in President Donald Trump. Now, with regard to the Supreme Court of the United States, let me say President Trump and I could not be more enthusiastic about the opportunity to see Judge Amy Coney Barrett become Justice Amy Coney Barrett. And she's a brilliant woman, and she will bring a lifetime of experience and a sizable American family to the Supreme Court of the United States. And our hope is, in the hearing next week, unlike Justice Kavanaugh received with treatment from you and others, we hope she gets a fair hearing. And we particularly hope that we don't see the kind of attacks on her Christian faith that we saw before. I mean, the Democrat chairman of the Judiciary Committee before, when Judge Barrett was being confirmed for the Court of Appeals, expressed concern that the dogma of her faith lived loudly in her. Dick Durbin of Illinois said that it was a concern. Senator, I know one of our judicial nominees, you actually attacked because they were a member of the Catholic Knights of Columbus, just because the Knights of Columbus holds pro-life views and
Thank you.
views.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
So
Your
my
time
hope
is
is
up.
that when the hearing takes place,
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
that Judge Amy Coney Barrett will be respected,
Thank you,
treated
Vice President
respectfully,
Pence.
voted and confirmed
Thank
to the
you.
Supreme Court of the United States.
Senator Harris, you're the senator from and former Attorney General of California. So let me ask you a parallel question.
He largely dodged the abortion question. He made it all about the bullshit gender politics of the Supreme Court. And by that, I mean the right wing's bullshit about gender, thinking that they're putting up one of them who is female. Okay. That's okay. Let's listen to this. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
And it's insulting to suggest that we would knock anyone for their faith. And in fact, Joe, if elected, will be only the second practicing Catholic as president of the United States. On the issue of this nomination, Joe and I are very clear, as are the majority of the American people. We are 27 days before the decision about who will be the next president of the United States. And, you know, before, when this conversation has come up, you know, it's been about election year or election time. We're literally in an election. Over 4 million people have voted. People are in the process of voting right now. And so Joe has been very clear, as the American people are. Let the American people fill that seat in the White House, and then we'll fill that seat on the United States Supreme Court. And to your point, Susan, the issues before us couldn't be more serious. There's the issue of choice, and I will always fight for a woman's right to make a decision about her own body. It should be her decision and not that of Donald Trump and the Vice President, Michael Pence. But let's also look at what else is before the court. It's the Affordable Care Act. Like, literally in the midst of a public health pandemic, when over 210,000 people have died and 7 million people probably have what will be in the future considered a pre-existing condition because you contracted the virus. Donald Trump is in court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And I said it before, and it bears repeating. This means that there will be no more protections if they win for people with pre-existing conditions. This means that over 20 million people will lose your coverage. It means that if you're under the age of 26, you can't stay on your parents' coverage anymore. And here's the thing. The contrast couldn't be more clear. They're trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. Joe Biden is saying, let's expand coverage. Let's give you a choice of a public option or private coverage. Let's bring down premiums.
Thank you, Senator
Let's
Harris.
lower Medicare eligibility to 60.
Thank you, Senator.
That's true
Harris.
leadership.
You know, you mentioned earlier, Vice President Pence, that the president was committed to maintaining protections for people with pre-existing conditions. But you do have this court case that you are supporting, your administration supporting, that would strike down the Affordable Care Act. The president says, President Trump says that he's going to protect people with pre-existing conditions, but he has not explained how he would do that. And that was one of the toughest nuts to crack when they were passing the Affordable Care Act. So tell us specifically, how would your administration protect Americans with pre-existing conditions to have access to affordable insurance if the Affordable Care Act is struck down?
Well, thank you, Susan. But let me just say, addressing your very first question, I couldn't be more proud to serve as vice president to a president who stands without apology for the sanctity of human life. I'm pro-life. I don't apologize for it. And this is another one of those cases where there's such a...
How many abortions has Donald Trump paid for? Should be Kamala Harris's next sentence.
Increase funding to Planned Parenthood of America. Now, for our part, I would never presume how Judge Amy Coney Barrett would rule on the Supreme Court of the United States, but we'll continue to stand strong for the right to life. When you speak about the Supreme Court, though, I think the American people really deserve an answer, Senator Harris. Are you and Joe Biden going to pack the court if Judge Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed? I mean, there have been 29 vacancies on the Supreme Court during presidential election years, from George Washington to Barack Obama. Presidents have nominated in all 29 cases. But your party is actually openly advocating adding seats to the Supreme Court, which has had 9 seats for 150 years, if you don't get your way. This is a classic case of if you can't win by the rules, you're going to change the rules. Now, you've refused to answer the question. Joe Biden has refused to answer the question. So I think the American people would really like to know, if Judge Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed to the Supreme Court of the United States, are you and Joe Biden, if somehow you win this election, going to pack the Supreme Court to get your way?
I'm so glad we went through a little history lesson. Let's do that a little more. In 1864...
Well, I'd like you to answer the question.
No, Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Okay. In 1864, one of the, I think, political heroes, certainly of the president, I assume of you also, Mr. Vice President, is Abraham Lincoln.
Mm-hmm.
Abraham Lincoln was up for re-election. And it was 27 days before the election. And a seat became open on the United States Supreme Court. Abraham Lincoln's party was in charge not only of the White House, but the Senate. But Honest Abe said it's not the right thing to do. The American people deserve to make the decision about who will be the next president of the United States. And then that person can select who will serve for a lifetime on the highest court of our land. And so Joe and I are very clear. The American people are voting right now, and it should be their decision about who will serve on this most important body for a lifetime.
Thank you,
And
Senator
the
Harris.
people, Susan, are voting right now. They'd like to know if you and Joe Biden are going to pack the Supreme Court if you don't get your way in this nomination.
Let's talk about packing.
You once again gave a non-answer. Joe Biden gave a non-answer.
Trying to answer you
the
now.
American people deserve a straight answer. And if you haven't figured it out yet, the straight answer is they are going to pack the Supreme Court if they somehow win this election. Men and women, I got to tell you, people across this country, if you cherish our Supreme Court, if you cherish the separation of powers, you need to reject the Biden-Harris ticket. Come November the 3rd, re-elect President Donald Trump, and we'll stand by that separation of powers in a 9-seat Supreme Court.
Yeah, let's talk about packing the court then. Let's talk about the fact. Yeah, I'm about to. So the Trump-Pence administration has been, because I sit on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Susan, as you mentioned, and I've witnessed the appointments for lifetime appointments to the federal courts, district courts, courts of appeal. People who are purely ideological, people who have been reviewed by legal professional organizations and found to have been not competent, are substandard. And do you know that of the 50 people who President Trump appointed to the Court of Appeals for lifetime appointments, not one is black? This is what they've been doing. You want to talk about packing a court? Let's have that discussion.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Let's go on and talk about the issue of racial justice.
I just want the record to reflect she never answered the question. So maybe the next debate, Joe Biden will answer the question.
She didn't deny it. I think that's good. They know whether they're going to deny something or not, and she kept packing the court on the table. It's almost literally impossible to happen within one administration, so it's kind of a moot point. But to not deny it at least is somewhat substantial. All right, back to it.
Themselves. Taylor's boyfriend said he didn't hear them do that. He used a gun registered to him to fire a shot, which wounded an officer. The officers then fired more than 20 rounds into the apartment. They say they were acting in self-defense. None of them have been indicted in connection with her death. Senator Harris, in the case of Breonna Taylor, was justice done? You have 2 minutes.
I don't believe so. And I've talked with Breonna's mother, Tamika Palmer, and her family. And her family deserves justice. She was a beautiful young woman. She had as her life goal to become a nurse, and she wanted to become an EMT to first learn what's going on out on the street so she could then become a nurse and save lives. And her life was taken unjustifiably and tragically and violently. And it brings me to, you know, the 8 minutes and 46 seconds that America witnessed, during which an American man was tortured and killed under the knee of an armed, uniformed police officer. And people around our country of every race, of every age, of every gender, perfect strangers to each other, marched shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm, fighting for us to finally achieve that ideal of equal justice under law. And I was a part of those peaceful protests. And I believe strongly that, first of all, we are never going to condone violence, but we always must fight for the values that we hold dear, including the fight to achieve our ideals. And that's why Joe Biden and I have said on this subject, look, and I'm a former career prosecutor. I know what I'm talking about. Bad cops are bad for good cops. We need reform of our policing in America and our criminal justice system, which is why Joe and I will immediately ban chokeholds and carotid holds. George Floyd would be alive today if we did that. We will require a national registry for police officers who break the law. We will, on the issue of criminal justice reform, get rid of private prisons and cash bail, and we will decriminalize marijuana. And we will expunge the records of those who have been convicted of marijuana. This is a time for leadership on a tragic, tragic issue
Senator Harris,
of unarmed black people in America who
Thank
have been
you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me pose the same question to you. In the case of Breonna Taylor, was justice done? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, our heart breaks for the loss of any innocent American life. And the family of Breonna Taylor has our sympathies. But I trust our justice system, a grand jury that refused the evidence. And it really is remarkable that as a former prosecutor, you would assume that an impaneled grand jury looking at all the evidence got it wrong. But you're entitled to your opinion, Senator. I think, look, and with regard to George Floyd, there's no excuse for what happened to George Floyd. And justice will be served. But there's also no excuse for the rioting and looting that followed. I mean, it really is astonishing. Flora Westbrook is with us here tonight in Salt Lake City. Just a few weeks ago, I stood at what used to be her salon. It was burned to the ground by rioters and looters. And Flora is still trying to put her life back together. And I must tell you, this presumption that you hear consistently from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that America is systemically racist, and that, as Joe Biden said, that he believes that law enforcement has an implicit bias against minorities, is a great insult to the men and women who serve in law enforcement. And I want everyone to know who puts on the uniform of law enforcement every day that President Trump and I stand with you. And it is remarkable that when Senator Tim Scott tried to pass a police reform bill, brought together a group of Republicans and Democrats, Senator Harris, you got up and walked out of the room. And then you filibustered Senator Tim Scott's bill on the Senate floor that would have provided new accountability, new resources. Look, we don't have to choose between supporting law enforcement, improving public safety, and supporting our African-American neighbors and all of our minorities. Under President Trump's leadership, we'll always stand with law enforcement, and we'll do what we've done from day one, and that is improve the lives of African-Americans.
Thank you, Vice
Record
President
unemployment, record investments in education, and we'll fight for school choice for all of our minorities.
Thank you, Vice President.
I'd like to respond.
Senator Harris.
I will not sit here and be lectured by the Vice President on what it means to enforce the laws of our country. I am the only one on this stage who was personally prosecuted, everything from child sexual assault to homicide. I'm the only one on this stage who has prosecuted the big banks for taking advantage of America's homeowners. I'm the only one on this stage who prosecuted for-profit colleges for taking advantage of our veterans. And the reality of this is that we are talking about an election in 27 days, where last week the President of the United States took a debate stage in front of 70 million Americans and refused to condemn white supremacists.
Not true.
And
not true.
It wasn't like he didn't have a chance. He didn't do it, and then he doubled down. And then he said, when pressed, stand back, stand by. And this is a part of a pattern of Donald Trump's. He called Mexicans rapists and criminals. He instituted as his first act a Muslim ban. On the issue of Charlottesville, where people were peacefully protesting the need for racial justice, where a young woman was killed. And on the other side, there were neo-Nazis carrying tiki torches, shouting racial epithets, anti-Semitic slurs. And Donald Trump, when asked about it, said there were fine people on both sides. This is who we have as the President of the United States. And America, you deserve better. Joe Biden will be a president who brings our country together.
Senator Harris.
And recognizes the beauty in our diversity and the fact that we all have so much more in common than what separates us.
Vice President Pence, let me give you a minute to respond.
Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that very much. You know, I think this is one of the things that makes people dislike the media so much in this country, Susan, is that you selectively edit, just like Senator Harris did, comments that President Trump and I and others on our side of the aisle make. I mean, Senator Harris conveniently omitted, after the president made comments about people on either side of the debate over monuments, he condemned the KKK, neo-Nazis, and white supremacists, and has done so repeatedly. You're concerned that he doesn't condemn neo-Nazis. President Trump has Jewish grandchildren. His daughter and son-in-law are Jewish. This is a president who respects and cherishes all of the American people. But you talk about having personally prosecuted. I'm glad you brought up your record, Senator.
Thank you.
But I really need to make this point. When you were DA in San Francisco, when you left office, African Americans were 19 times more likely to be prosecuted for minor drug offenses than whites and Hispanics. When you were Attorney General of California, you increased the disproportionate incarceration of blacks in California. You did nothing on criminal justice reform in California. You didn't lift a finger to pass the First Step Act on Capitol Hill. I mean, the reality is your record speaks for itself. President Trump and I have fought for criminal justice reform.
Thank you, Vice President
We fought for educational choice and opportunities for African Americans, all of our members.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll do it for 4 more
Thank you.
years.
You know, there is no more important issue than the final issue that we're going to talk about tonight, and that is the issue of the election itself.
Susan, he attacked my record. I would like an opportunity to respond.
Let me give you 30 seconds because we're running out of time.
I appreciate that. First of all, having served as the Attorney General of the state of California, the work that I did is a model of what our nation needs to do, and we will be able to do under a Joe Biden presidency. Our agenda includes what this administration has failed to do. It will be about not only instituting a ban on chokeholds and carotid holes.
Thank you.
Not only.
Thank you, Senator
I would like to go through.
These are points that you made earlier in the hour, and I want to talk about the election itself before we have to.
But I want to talk about the connection between what Joe and I will do and my record, which includes I was the first statewide officer to institute a requirement that my agents would wear body cameras and keep them on full time. We were the first to initiate a requirement that there would be a training for law enforcement on implicit bias because, yes, Joe Biden and I recognize that implicit bias does exist, Mr. Vice President, contrary to what you may believe. We did the work of instituting reforms that were about investing in reentry. This is the work that we have done and the work we will do going forward. And again, I will not be lectured by the Vice President on our record of what we have done in terms of law enforcement and keeping our communities safe, and a commitment to reforming the criminal justice system of America.
Thank you, Senator Harris. And I'd like to I'd like you to respond first to the question on our final topic, the election itself. President Trump has several times refused to commit himself to a peaceful transfer of power after the election. If your ticket wins and President Trump refuses to accept a peaceful transfer of power, what steps would you and Vice President Biden then take? What would happen next? You have 2 minutes.
So I'll tell you, Joe and I are, I think, particularly proud of the coalition that we've built around our campaign. We probably have one of the broadest coalitions of folks that you've ever seen in a presidential race. Of course, we have the support of Democrats, but also independents and Republicans. In fact, 7 members of President George W. Bush's cabinet are supporting our ticket. We have the support of Colin Powell, Cindy McCain, John Kasich, over 500 generals, retired generals, and former national security experts and advisors are supporting our campaign. And I believe they are doing that because they know that Joe Biden has a deep, deep-seated commitment to fight for our democracy and to fight for the integrity of our democracy and to bring integrity back to the White House. And so we believe in the American people. We believe in our democracy. And here's what I'd like to say to everybody. Vote. Please vote. Vote early. Come up with a plan to vote. Go to iwillvote.com. You can also go to joebiden.com. We have it within our power in these next 27 days to make the decision about what will be the course of our country for the next 4 years. And it is within our power, and if we use our vote and we use our voice, we will win. And we will not let anyone subvert our democracy with what Donald Trump has been doing, as he did on the debate stage last week, when again in front of 70 million people, he openly attempted to suppress the vote. Joe Biden, on the other hand, on that same debate stage, because clearly Donald Trump doesn't think he can run on a record because it's a failed record, Joe Biden on that stage said, hey, just please vote. So I'll repeat what Joe said. Please vote.
Thank you, Senator. Vice President Pence, President Trump has several times refused to commit himself to a peaceful transfer of power after the election. If Vice President Biden is declared the winner and President Trump refuses to accept a peaceful transfer of power, what would be your role and responsibility as vice president? What would you personally do? You have 2 minutes.
Well, Susan, first and foremost, I think we're going to win this election. Because while Joe Biden and Kamala Harris rattle off a long litany of the establishment in Washington, D.C., an establishment that Joe Biden's been a part of for 47 years, President Donald Trump has launched a movement of everyday Americans from every walk of life. And I have every confidence that those same Americans that delivered that historic victory in 2016, they see this president's record where we rebuild our military. We revived our economy through tax cuts and rolling back regulation, fighting for fair trade, unleashing American energy. We appointed conservatives to our federal courts at every level. And we stood with the men and women of law enforcement every single day. And I think that movement of Americans has only grown stronger in the last 4 years. But when you talk about accepting the outcome of the election, I must tell you, Senator, your party has spent the last 3.5 years trying to overturn the results of the last election. It's amazing. When Joe Biden was vice president of the United States, the FBI actually spied on President Trump and my campaign. I mean, there were documents released this week that the CIA actually made a referral to the FBI documenting that those allegations were coming from the Hillary Clinton campaign. And of course, we've all seen the avalanche, what you put the country through for the better part of 3 years until it was found that there was no obstruction, no collusion, case closed. And then, Senator Harris, you and your colleagues in the Congress tried to impeach the President of the United States over a phone call. And now Hillary Clinton has actually said to Joe Biden that in her words, under no circumstances should he concede the election. So let me just say, I think we're going to win this election. President Trump and I are fighting every day in courthouses to prevent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris from changing the rules and creating this universal mail-in voting that'll create a massive opportunity for voter fraud. And we have a free and fair election. We know we're going to have confidence in it. And I believe in all my heart that President Donald Trump's going to be reelected for 4 more years.
You know, I've written all the questions that I've asked tonight, but for the final question of the debate, I'd like to read a question that someone else wrote. The Utah Debate Commission asked students in the state to write essays about what they would like to ask you. And I want to close tonight's debate with the question posed by Brecklin Brown. She's an 8th grader at Springville Junior High in Springville, Utah. And here's what she wrote, quote, "When I watch the news, all I see is arguing between Democrats and Republicans. When I watch the news, all I see is citizen fighting against citizen. When I watch the news, all I see are 2 candidates from opposing parties trying to tear each other down. If our leaders can't get along, how are the citizens supposed to get along?" And then she added, "Your examples could make all the difference to bring us together," end quote. So to each of you in turn, I'd like you to take 1 minute and respond to Brecklin. Vice President Pence, you have 1 minute.
Brecklin, it's a wonderful question. And let me just commend you for taking an interest in public life. I started following the news when I was very young. And in America, we believe in a free and open exchange of debate. And we celebrate that. And it's how we've created literally the freest and most prosperous nation in the history of the world. But I would tell you that don't assume that what you're seeing on your local news networks is synonymous with the American people. You know, I look at the relationship between Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late justice who we just lost from the Supreme Court, and the late Justice Antonin Scalia. They were on polar opposites on the Supreme Court of the United States, one very liberal, one very conservative. But what's been learned since her passing was the 2 of them and their families were the very closest of friends. I mean, here in America, we can disagree. We can debate vigorously, as Senator Harris and I have on this stage tonight. But when the debate is over, we come together as Americans. And that's what people do in big cities and small towns all across this country. So I just want to encourage you, Brecklin. I want to tell you that we're going to work every day to have government as good as our people. And the American people each and every day love a good debate. We love a good argument. But we always come together and are always there for one another.
Thank you,
in times of need. And we've especially learned that through the difficulties of this year.
Senator Harris, what would you say to Brecklin?
First of all, I love hearing from our young leaders. And when I hear her words, when I hear your words, Brecklin, I know our future is bright because it is that perspective on who we are and who we should be that is a sign of leadership and is something we should all aspire to be. And that, you know, that brings me to Joe. Joe Biden, one of the reasons that Joe decided to run for president is after Charlottesville, which we talked about earlier. It so troubled him and upset him like it did all of us, that there was that kind of hate and division. What propelled Joe to run for president was to see that over the course of the last 4 years, what Brecklin described has been happening. Joe has a long-standing reputation of working across the aisle and working in a bipartisan way.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize I'd switched it. Sorry.
Joe Biden has a history of lifting people up and fighting for their dignity. I mean, you have to know Joe's story to know that Joe has known pain, he has known suffering, and he has known love. And so, Brecklin, when you think about the future, I do believe the future is bright. And it will be because of your leadership, and it will be because we fight for each person's voice through their vote, and we get engaged in this election because you have the ability through your work and through eventually your vote to determine the future of our country and what its leadership looks like.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Thank you, Vice President Pence. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. We want to thank also the University of Utah for its hospitality, and most of all, our thanks to all the Americans who watched this debate tonight. Again, our best wishes for a quick recovery to President Trump, the First Lady, and everyone who is battling COVID-19. The second presidential debate is next week on October 15th, a town hall-style debate in Miami. We hope you'll join us then. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, America. There you go. There's the two. Pence is such a phony. I mean, all politicians are phony to some degree, but I can't believe that his shtick works. His shtick is really effective. There's something's gone haywire with it. There's so many people in the country can't tell that he's just an obvious like fraud. The way he speaks, the way he carries himself, the permanently furrowed brow. He's got this shtick. He's got this patrician like, oh, I'm glad you asked that question. Pausing for effect. Now let me tell you exactly what I like. I can't believe that works. That's gross. So I'm gonna share a little bit of my response, and then I'm gonna go. I might actually play a little Rocket League on the stream. I don't know. I'm not. I'm just feeling this whole thing out. Feels like it's a nice way to end the show for some reason. No idea why I believe that. But I screwed up there a bit. I had the flower on screen for a stretch there, and I didn't realize I had switched it. So I'm learning to be a little bit more cautious about the screen, the broadcasting software. Meanwhile, before we get to it, at the end we're going to play the animation that we made. I finished it pretty much and uploaded it, and YouTube published it during the debate. So it's all online, ready to go. We're going to watch it. But I didn't realize the stream had dropped out, so I don't have the final bit recorded where I made like a little ending graphic. It's really basic, but I kind of wish people were there for that because it was a different change of pace from the whole process. So, all right, let's just dial up Jake Tapper and see what he's saying here real quick.
Pence wouldn't answer the question about why the U.S. death rate from COVID is so much worse than any other wealthy country, and he wouldn't commit to a peaceful transfer of power. So while they both dodged questions, I can't help but think these ones that Pence dodged are somewhat more significant.
And I can add another one to that that's very significant. He wouldn't answer how a second term of the Trump administration would preserve pre-existing condition promises that is under Obamacare, which they're trying to do away with in the court.
All right. So I think that like these debates might have an effect on low information voters. People like me, people like you, if you're listening to this or watching this, you're probably a little bit more informed and we're unlikely to be undecided by this point in the race by October 7th when the election is on the 3rd of November. So in terms of did Pence deliver, he didn't really make any major mistakes. He's pretty steady in terms of what a politician is expected to do to keep their job, which is to maintain an emotional tenor that their base is looking for. I don't know anybody that would have been persuaded by Pence on his arguments, but I do think that kind of dad, comforting daddy presence that he's got, that he's not that I find it comforting, but he that is really ingrained in the American psyche, whether people realize it or not. Especially older folks probably who have seen nothing but people who share Mike Pence's complexion in shows and TV, and they associate authority with people who look and act like Mike Pence and speak like him. So he's kind of the way a billionaire is like what a dumb person the way Donald Trump is what a dumb person thinks a billionaire is. Mike Pence is sort of that, but for like a conservative authority daddy. Like he's like what a dumb person thinks like a strong man would be. It's weird how insulting it is to like if I thought the politicians I follow were speaking to me with that kind of tone and that kind of like I don't know. I mean, it's one reason I resent Biden, because he emerges from that era where you lie and you just bullshit your way through. And that's just what it was. Not to say that Biden is as bad a liar as Pence or Trump, but Biden has a record of plagiarism and numerous lies obvious, provable lies that he made on the campaign trail, and some that he's done over the years, like his claim that he was out fighting for civil rights and He's got a couple really specific ones. That one that he brought back after getting in trouble for. I can't think of it right now. Let me just glance at my notes first, just to get through this. Pence brought up the swine flu, which is just garbage that he did that to compare the number of infected under Obama. Let's assume his number was accurate. I don't know. Did Pence, or he said it was somewhere around 60 million people were infected. It's not as, and he said if this had the same death rate as COVID, it would be like, well, you're just making it up now. Now we're just talking about fantasy viruses that have nothing to do with reality. It's not as deadly. It didn't kill as many people per 1,000 people, or whatever rate metric you need to use. It's absurd, and it's also stupid to bring up a previous pandemic that was handled much better, that had nowhere near the effect on the American economy or people as this has. I mean, this is a world historic event. The swine flu in 2019 or 2009, I barely remember hearing about it, honestly. And it did kill quite a lot of people. And there probably were mistakes in the way it was handled. I don't think that this government is necessarily, I'm not sure why I'm using that word, but this government's never been fully equipped to manage something like that in a way that it really would be managed. If you're going to use the metric of hindsight being perfect, I'm okay with a little mistakes here and there with some things, especially complex human systems. However, I still would, so by a metric of, is this government competent and good, and are they doing the right thing? The 2009 was probably a disappointment. Is it but by comparing that standard to different plagues to that standard, the coronavirus plague has been beyond orders of magnitude different in terms of its devastation on the society. It's going to have long-term effects potentially for people. So we don't even know what percentages of people who survive are going to end up with respiratory issues their entire life. And there's very little chronic conditions worse than lung and breathing problems. It's brutal. So fucking Pence bringing it up. Overall, this was generally, well, I'll say that at the end. That's kind of a finishing thought. Not even that important. Pence claimed Trump has paid that whole line of, if it were true that Donald Trump has paid more than $750 on federal taxes for 2 years, 16 and 17, and then for 11 of 18 years, he paid zero federal taxes. If that weren't true, they would have probably released paperwork proving it by now, or Pence would have corrected that. He started with, this is the rich guy thing, because they do pay millions in taxes because they have billions and they have millions, and their percentages are lower than the rest of ours, but their absolute numbers are usually higher. He's probably going to pay more in taxes by a lot than most people will ever make in their lifetime, but that's not the point. The point is that he also kept way the fuck more than most people ever get to keep in a lifetime. And there are certain thresholds lower down the chart of what it takes to survive that Trump and any rich person doesn't have to deal with. It's like, so they love to pull this maneuver of saying, well, he's already paid a lot. He paid payroll taxes. He paid that's actually your payroll taxes are capped. I think it's around 120 now, but it was like 90,000. That's the Social Security tax, isn't it? I could be wrong. I'm not really quite that confident on my knowledge there, but I'm pretty sure that there's a cap on payroll taxes. You only pay up to a certain amount. So that's bullshit if I'm correct about that. And he's paid other taxes and stuff like that. So what? He's dodged this huge other tax that everybody else has to pay and they don't get to dodge. Calling him a job creator. That's just nonsense. He creates jobs for lawyers and hitmen and people who go off and bribe and intimidate porn stars. He creates jobs for underworld mafia goons. This whole notion, even if he did preside over a large business empire that had created jobs, that's not the guy. Nobody makes a job. No CEO in the world has ever created a job. Demand for a product or a service is what creates jobs. That's what actually drives job creation. It's that there's someone out there looking for what they have. Leadership can organize, and then you can use marketing to manipulate people in order to produce a desire for a product, and therefore you could generate demand, and you could say that I created the jobs of my company because I invented the Me Too pillow, or what do they call that? The We pillow. I invented the the My Pillow, and it didn't exist before, and I therefore all those jobs. No, the demand is what makes the jobs. It's consumers who produce the demand, and there's a lot of issues with the way consumerism is molded by this fucked up world. They talked about raising taxes on the wealthy. I'm glad that that's at least being discussed. Of course, it's really annoying the way they have to be like, "Oh, don't worry, you won't raise taxes on," because that's a promise that's really difficult to keep, to never raise taxes on anybody. I would love to pay more tax rate if it meant I was going to get something back. I'd be pissed if I raised my taxes and it didn't come with any increase in my material benefits in life. Now I'm just funding the billionaires and the millionaires who don't actually pay their fair share. But raise my taxes. Let me pay for something. Is there too much? Yes, 100% tax rate would probably be too much. There's numbers that could, for someone at my income level, which it's pretty fucking low. It's really bad. But having to draw this line at 400,000, which is an incredible amount of money. I don't care if you live in New York or LA, you can live very comfortably on $400,000. That was in the news recently, where Biden, that's the ceiling or floor that he has decided no one earning less than 400,000 will be paying taxes, will be paying more taxes. It's unlikely that he can stick to that if he were to do things like Medicare for all or the Green New Deal that required to raise some taxes. And it's like the way the tax whole tax situation in this country is one of the things that makes it so problematic. Meaning there's the propaganda against paying taxes and against doing all that has been wildly successful. I think you should have some skin in the game, and you should pay for a society that works for everybody. And if some people are so poor and out of it, or down and out, that they can't, then they shouldn't pay taxes. But we should solve that. But our taxes should fund helping them get back on their feet, helping them deal with whatever traumas or whatever things there are. So we're far from that. Let's see what Rick Santorum's dumbass is saying right now. Here we go.
You're going to incite, create friction, right? You want to be calm. You want to show that you're presidential. And so I think she just let it pass. I don't think it has anything to do with the color of her skin. I think it's you're 10 points up. You want to get through this thing and not have.
Doesn't it have full watch though? I'm telling you, it's painful to watch.
I tell you one moment. If I'm doing the review of it and I'm sitting in the Biden headquarters, the one thing that I think was really a lost opportunity was when he completely evaded the question on what their plan is for people with pre-existing conditions. Yep. That is the issue that took Republicans down in 2018. And that was a missed opportunity.
Because there is a good answer, and for some reason this administration, which has, in my opinion, a very good record on health care of all the things that they've done to improve Obamacare, candidly, and to reduce price. They have. Oh, my goodness. They've done tons of things by executive order to actually make Obamacare, the exchanges work better.
Bullshit.
And to expand plans. They've done tons of things.
Aren't they suing the Supreme Court?
And so why he didn't talk about that, I have no idea. Here's my overall take, because I was responding to your thing. Yeah. My overall take is that I think Pence made the best case, which I hoped he had done, the best case possible for COVID. You guys don't think it was a compelling one? I think for a lot of people, it was a good. They
have it. They caught it. They all gave it to each other and themselves. How is that?
Which would have been disastrous had it been anywhere close to as virulent as this. So I think, again, I don't think he won it, but I think he made a plausible case for them. I think issue by issue, my opinion is,
who gives a fuck what his opinion is? I hate that guy. Gives it. So, okay. Let's just kind of just jump through it all. It got a little awkward when she told him to be quiet with him speaking, and then he kept going. He was really rude. He was so rude. I hope that people picked up on that. And she kept having to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Butter Nichols in the chat even made a great joke about that, saying that when you want someone to be quiet or whatever. Sorry, Butter, I can't find your thing. I know it's in there somewhere. You just keep saying thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for all the nice comments. Butter Nichols is actually in class. Wait a minute. Did you say your joke again? Why am I seeing it? Maybe that was at the very end. Oh, Butter Nichols now says, I know I'm missing good commentary. My commentary's not very good. I just have an excellent voice. No. Well, you're in class watching the shrimp. and for the zen. I'm glad that you use the word zen. I want this to be a zen place, even though I don't know what, I think sometimes I have zen vibes, but a lot of times I also have like manic and goofy and silly and tripping over my own thoughts kind of vibes, and laughing at my own bullshit quite a bit too. But no, I do want this channel to sort of be, not too cluttery with graphics. That's always going to be probably a problem. It's always, I think, like inherently Twitch is a bit cluttery, but to the degree that I'll be able to manage that, I'm going to do my best. But I think the shrimp thing is fun. So thanks. I'm glad you're liking it. I noticed we had 5 people watching at one point. I was super nervous. It's not. But then I lost them. I was probably because I talked. All right. So moving on. Pence. Hey, Mike Pence. Emperor Palpatine called. He wants his eyes back. Give me your eyes, young one. What if the turkey roaster broke on Thanksgiving Day, but Emperor Palpatine was going to be one of your guests? Problem solved. Just eat Emperor Palpatine. He's got gross eyes. His eyes look all old and scary. I think in the chat, Butternickles said that he's only 61 years old, which is just gobsmacking. That guy looks like he's like an ancient creature that was sculpted from satanic marble. I don't know why I'm using satanic. I wasn't doing that all day. And suddenly I'm used the word satanic twice already. 3 times if you count that one. How old is Mike Pence? Holy shit, 61. My God. My God. Look what being an evil monster does to you. I mean, I guess he looks kind of normal for 60. What the fuck? We've got that Lego hair of his. He is good at this politics. It's obviously bullshit to me, but he is always performing. When he's behind Donald Trump during the press conferences, if he's on stage with him, where he's just giving him the bedroom eyes to the back of his disgusting head, being up close to Trump has got to be nasty. He's got to be one of those people that gets like weird, gross, flaky earwax and just doesn't realize it and just like, ugh. Because everybody's afraid to be like, Mr. President, you've got earwax. That's the specialist earwax. How dare you? You're fired into the volcano. But Pence he's always eye fucking Trump, and he's always on point when the cameras are around. I would love to hear like a behind the scenes, although he seems like he's probably swallowed the Kool-Aid. I think for a lot of these guys, they're more or less in tune with the way it is. There's, they don't keep the Jeffrey Epstein type behavior. They keep that away from the cameras pretty well. By murdering Jeffrey Epstein is one way. But he does this move where he does this kind of grievance reaction where he sort of winces with grievance, and he makes this face where he's almost like he's been punched and he's in pain, and he sort of because the job of the other person who isn't talking during these things is you're always being looked at. Like if you're on stage, you're being looked at. Of course, in this thing, millions of people are staring at 1 or 2 of these people. So someone's always reading you. So he is projecting his, and she does this too. I'm not saying this is unique to Pence. This is sort of generic, but he really hits that note well when he seems to think that he should, and shakes his head, and he interrupts, and he goes too long, and all things that society has probably less tolerance for unless you're a white man who carries himself with a kind of authority. Like there's at least a gradient that starts with that personality type at the top as far as what people are willing to put up with. The climate change was really awful hearing. It was stomach churning having Pence bring up bragging about the environment and their record on the environment. They have done nothing but roll back massive amounts of regulations. They put Scott Pruitt in charge of the EPA, who was nothing but he was a lobbyist and a corporate lawyer, I think, for energy companies. He's just a big polluter and a rotten guy. I think he got booted out after some scandals and stuff. But every degree as bad as Betsy DeVos is for education, Scott Pruitt was for the EPA. And it's just open season on pollution out there in the world. One thing I wanted to do, and this might take a little maneuvering, since I haven't really put up a bunch of internet stuff, is let's see if we can make this work. So just hang with me. Donald Trump, oh crap, I should have already lost. Donald Trump, one of the first bills he signed was a bill, I have an article to look into here. Let me, I think I can just pull this straight over. This was in 2017, February 24th. Let's see if this works. All right, look at that. So if you see on screen, Trump gives pen to Dow Chemical CEO after signing executive order to eliminate regulations. See right here? That's the guy. That's the guy that he gave it to. It is horrifying that the incoming president or any president of any country would sign a bill that, let's see, Donald Trump has signed another executive order aimed at eliminating regulations that he claims are damaging to the U.S. economy, but some worry that the measure will roll back critical environmental protections. The order, calling, quote, enforcing the regulatory reform agenda, end quote, directs each government agency to create a task force to evaluate existing federal regulations and recommend whether they should be kept, repealed, or modified. That means made in favor of profit takers, of Sauron's army of suppliers. A White House official told Politico that the task forces, I've seen other Twitch guys highlight as they talk. I'm going to try doing that. A White House official told Politico that the task forces will focus on eliminating costly and unnecessary regulations. That's in quotes. The new, I'm starting to drag it. Hold on. The new order also directs agency heads to appoint regulatory reform officers to ensure that agencies are carrying out the president's other executive orders, such as his recent 2-for-1 rule that requires federal agencies to repeal 2 old regulations for every new one. That's what an innovative 4-year-old would come up with. Sorry, excuse me. I meant to say 4th grader. What are 4th graders? 7, 8, something like that. Wouldn't it be weird if I really knew? Excessive. Okay, we're getting it. Excessive regulations killing the jobs. Here, cutting down. The president was flanked by leaders of major U.S. corporations, including Lockheed Martin, Johnson & Johnson, Dow Chemical, and Campbell's Soup. That's kind of... You got Lockheed Martin blowing up brown people all over the world. Anybody that needs a bullet or a piece of shrapnel through their spleen, Lockheed Martin's got you. Johnson & Johnson, huge industrial company, famous for medical equipment, major supplier to hospitals and retail brand names you've probably heard of. And there's probably a whole bunch of shit that they've got that nobody knows. All these companies are so big. Dow Chemical, a massive polluter, massive creator. I mean, listen, we need chemicals. I'm not actually saying all chemical companies are bad, but chemical companies are some of the worst polluters in the world, particularly those who would turn up at a Donald Trump ceremony. And Campbell's Soup, the place that makes your grandma's tummy full. Now, look, Campbell's Soup, I don't know their politics. If they're at this event, I can glean. They're probably, if I were to Google it, unlikely that they're on my side of the political persuasion. And they might have all kinds of horrible polluting things. I mean, almost any industrial production means you're going through tons of packaging, tons of carbon for all the fuel, tons of electricity, tons of everything. So it might not seem as fun. It is funny because it's stew and it's cute, and you know, they probably have like a giant picture of beef. Beef is hard to photograph. Let me tell you something. Moving on, the Dow Chemical Company chairman and CEO Andrew Liveris, who leads Trump's advisory council on manufacturing, received the presidential signing pen. Just yesterday, Liveris praised the Trump administration for being the most pro-business administration since the founding fathers. That means the most willing to let massive corporations screw over their customers and screw over the society in which they operate by not having to shoulder any burden or cost to their pollution, what they call externalities. I looked up this guy. Let's see here. Former chairman and CEO Andrew Liveris. This is on corporate something. Wow, this really works nicely, doesn't it? Jesus. This is really what I do on my podcast is I do this in Premiere and then I edit the fuck out of it. But if I can just do this while mesmerizing you guys with beautiful little shrimpies, my devoted my beautiful friends, I love them so much. Pieces of fucking shit, motherfucking ungrateful. I love them. They're the best. Andrew and Liveris. Yeah, so here's this guy. See that face? Look at that. Look at that. Hold down control and use your mouse wheel. Oh, man. Oh, God. You know how, like, they say you fall in love with your kids? Well, I just fell in love with Twitch. My child. Twitch. Andrew W. and Liveris. Okay. Read that there. The company's longest-serving CEO during his more than 14-year tenure as chairman and CEO. He only visited Epstein's Island once or twice, allegedly. I didn't look it up. I didn't Google it. I'm speculating for humorous reasons. He transformed Dow from a cyclical chemicals manufacturing company into one powered by science, driven by innovation, and delivering solutions to the world by combining the breadth and depth of Dow's scientific heritage with a new robust I forgot to highlight it. Portfolio of marketing-facing businesses. He assured Dow's place as an industry leader for generations to come. Well, good for you there, guy. We've got video of it happening. Watch this. This is C-SPAN. Let me see if there's sound. We'll just go back a touch more. Trump certainly says something ridiculous. Okay, get the stuff going. Uh-oh, we already have noises. Hold on, sorry. I think I got what's making noise. CNN, quiet you. All right, Andrew Livers. Here we go. This is fun. I'm gonna get into this. I'm really bad. I can only imagine how much better it'll be when I get comfortable, because I feel like I definitely am not anywhere near my peak funniness gear. I know that's way the fuck off, if it even exists. All right, let's go.
And to thrive. And so with the signing of this executive order, I would like to just congratulate everybody.
What the hell? Okay, C-SPAN.
Behind me, and to thrive.
Hold on. C-SPAN's players all jacked up. It's probably pretty busy.
And they're helping us sort out what's going on, because really for many years, even long beyond Obama, President Obama, I will say that it's been disastrous for business. This is going to be a place for business to do well.
Now that the racism's out of the way, let me say some bullshit about business doing well.
And to thrive. And so with the signing of this executive order, I would like to just congratulate everybody.
The fuck?
Behind me, and Andrew, I'd like to thank you for initially getting the group together.
Thank you.
Really a fantastic job
honor.
you've done.
Thank you.
There you go. Here's corporate power. Here's how it works.
Should I give this pen to Andrew? Dow Chemical. I think maybe, right?
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, I will cherish it so much. I will cherish it. I'm going to go throw it in a 4-year-old girl's soup. Over there, the Campbell soup guy is like eating it. What a fucking pig. What a piece of crap. And then he holds it up like that, like he's so proud, little idiot, with his freaking signature that looks like a KKK rally. God, I hate this guy. Look at this. One more time. I want to watch how pathetic this guy is.
Should I give this pen to Andrew? Dow Chemical. I think maybe, right?
Boo. That's so sad. Look at these people. That's disgusting. So there you go. Right early in his tenure, they were. Sorry, I'm trying to. Hang on. Okay, there it goes. There. This is. I want to pause it on that. Oh my. Oh boy. I'm gonna cherish it forever. What a disgusting. This is what narcissists feed on. This is just like, if you've seen What We Do in the Shadows, great show. It's Trump is like an adulation vampire who is, and it's all gone amok. All right, notes real quick just to see what else I've got. Well, let me finish that point. I made my case. Pence saying that the fucking Trump administration has done well for the environment, and every Republican candidate says that they're doing the right thing for the environment. What would they actually say? Actually, yeah, we're making sure that children in the future will have detectable asthma at much earlier ages than normal. And oh yeah, we don't care if certain chemicals end up in various water chains, because once it flows through the utility systems, you can't even trace liability. So that's good. Yeah, of course we're going to be allowing toxic dumping on federal lands and giving it all up for mining and strip mining and mountaintop removal mining. Yeah, that's absolutely. We want to ruin communities with our lagoons of hog shit that build up. All right, so fuck them. They're not good for what for the environment, and they're just such nonsense. Okay. Biden, Pence. Jesus, Pence. talked about retrofitting and the Green New Deal and said something about like, oh, they're going to retrofit. Why would they be against like retrofitting essentially? And I might be misunderstanding the specificity, but one thing America desperately needs is infrastructure upgrades on a small scale. People's homes could be dramatically improved in terms of energy efficiency. I'm pretty sure new homes are doing okay. We could probably raise standards on that, and maybe there could be benefits to government help in that sense too. But there are so many leaking buildings. We're just small amounts of air, and that means heat, and heat means energy, and heat that means expense, that means carbon. That means that their air conditioners run more than they need to, and their heaters run more than they need to. Light bulbs, and the light bulb situation, where the right wing has made that a politics of consumer identification, where they shame you if you use newer light bulbs. CFLs are really great. Those come with some pollution worries and concerns as far as disposing of them. Not nearly as bad as traditional light bulbs. They don't burn nearly as much energy, but LED light bulbs are absolutely amazing. It's a losing argument. Anybody who's using LEDs got to be like, yeah, of course this is awesome. It's not hot, and it's colorful, and I can play with it, and I can, turn my house into a vampire dance party with just the mere push of a button. I don't think vampires really probably don't have great rhythm. Let's see. So, what was I saying? Yeah. So retrofitting work in America would be huge for the economy and for giving people jobs, for giving, you can't ship that job overseas. I mean, this government would do it wrong. The Biden government will probably underdo it if they were to do anything. Oh, yeah, of course I'm still here. Yeah, I've been streaming for several hours. Okay, Spectrum internet delivery app thingy. So it's unlikely to happen in the way it needs to happen, but upgrading buildings and the technologies for I think it's called the R factor or something like. There's different ways of rating the cleanliness of your air and the quality of your electricity system. And there's also, these are very sophisticated science-based things that we could do so much better on. Massive spending. Yeah, I already wrote that. Domestic. Okay, I'm done with that one. I would love to live in a world where Pence's bullshit is more predictable. I wrote that. That's supposed to mean something. I mean, you know what I mean? I've kind of been saying that over and over. Brecklin. They talked to Brecklin, the final question. They both gave good enough answers for the goals that they seem to be trying to hit. Pence is a bullshitter. Kamala is a Democratic bullshitter, so she's slightly better. But, Pence used the phrase. Well, first, they both addressed Brecklin directly, which is just such a politician move. Well, thank you, Brecklin. I'm so glad you asked such an intelligent question. And by the way, your parents must have been great brainstormers during picking baby names for you, huh? What do they reject? Rufus? Fucking weird-ass name. No, that'd be funny if a politician said that. Wow, still 3 viewers. I can't believe I haven't scared off people. That's amazing. So the what they're doing though when they're doing that, they're trying to be human and connect with the person. And I wouldn't even say they shouldn't. If I were to be advising them on giving a speech, and I've given many speeches, they're called stand-up comedy sets. I would actually probably advise you do something similar. Try to do it authentically if you can. They do their best to be authentic, and they think it works. And people at this level are usually right to think it works because they're at the very top of the political heap. Not to say that that's the only reason you get that far, but it also buys them time. Pence did one of those, he said it twice. He thanked Brecklin, and he said, I'd like to thank you for such a great question. And so he just is coming up with the nonsense answer. He does a thing, he speaks slowly, which gives you time to come up with something. I could probably learn from that. I tend to try to keep up with my thoughts, and that's when my voice really starts flying. But even then, I'm nowhere. I hardly can keep up with my thoughts. But speaking a little slower, taking a pause, just a little time, especially for a solo, that is to say, a single solitary podcaster. But by that I mean there isn't anybody else. And by over-explaining, speaking slowly, you can buy yourself time to come up with something hilarious to say. Fart nugget. See? I needed all that time to come up with that. This is where the stream drops off, probably. Okay. He used the phrase "government as good as our people," basically saying we're not aspiring, we haven't yet lived up to our people. That's one of those Pencean phrases of like that a dumb person would think is some sort of flourish, has any degree of flourish to it. But considering how rotten Trump is just such a horrible guy. It's like the Democrats could be so much more vicious about it. It's almost annoying watching Kamala and Biden dance around how bad. I mean, they will say it. Calling him a lot, but nothing. No, it's almost impossible to accurately describe. That's one of Trump's like weird magic powers he's got, is that if you actually explained accurately with clear language how truly bad he is, it sounds like you're making it up. It would sound like you're bullshitting. Like, honest reporting about Trump is made a little more credibly fake because it seems so absurd that anybody would be like that, because he functions and he behaves so far outside of what people understand and can intuitively grasp. I think everybody has a range of other behavior that they tolerate without any tension, meaning not requiring further thought, further psychic investigation, meaning you're not going to like dwell on thinking about it. I have a pretty wide range of what people would not to say I like put up with people picking on me, but like when people do things that are weird, I've just very long ago just like, yeah, they're the same reason a dog barks. They don't know why the fuck they're acting like that. They're just following some set of instincts that are informed by their environment and their circumstances. And they said something weird and they did something stupid. And like, it just, I kind of try to shift people's behavior from being a person behaving to being information I'm receiving about how a society has made a person behave. That's how I see it. Anyway, what the fuck was I talking about? Pence doing something. The way you assess people, your tolerance for bullshit. Something about Kamala. Kamala is doing this is where this is where a podcasting partner comes in handy. And also with live streaming runs the risk of oh god, it's totally gone. What the fuck? It's okay, not that important. It'll probably bounce back in. All right, so just wrap up. Like, what a difference it was watching this than watching Trump and Biden go at it. And Trump was way worse. Well, like the reasons the Trump-Biden one was so terrible was just mostly Trump if we're distributing the ratio. But Biden doesn't inspire a ton of confidence either, and he's Biden. You know, he's himself. If you know his record and you have my politics and my leftist perspective on stuff, you can't be that comforted by Biden. But objectively, Trump was by far the worst actor in that thing, and you can't help but become kind of a rotten. You know, you're going to stand near the fart king, and you're going to walk away with a few molecules of the king's output all over your. What's a funny pair of pants? You know those dancy pants? MC Hammer used to wear them. Hammer pants. Those big pants? Zumbas? No. Did no. Charles Barkley. You know, the athletes. See? That just happened. That was from the 90s. Big fun pants. But emotionally, this was a lot easier to take in. I mean, I'm horrified by Biden or by Pence. I can't keep going. He's such a. It's scary. Like, it really is scary to realize how many conservative politicians have been trained by Trump, that have learned new things about how far you can get away with stuff. I think we're going to see a lot of people trying to be Trumpian. Some of it will work, but a lot of guys are going to overshoot their Trump efforts because not everybody starred on The Apprentice for 14 seasons. I don't know if that exactly means 14 years. Sometimes they do more than one season in a year. for 10 plus years, they weren't being beamed into the homes of a major network where they played a pretend businessman who had D-list celebrities terrified of them, a way of raising his status. But Pence nails the patrician, religious, stern daddy version of Trump in terms of that. He's a full-on liar. He's a very practiced. It's actually kind of easier to be a liar like him when you really only have one or two tones. Like he's got authoritative declarations, and he's got mildly guffawing. I'm experiencing a grievance fit right now because of the temerity of you to suggest something that me and my best friend Abraham Lincoln would be very offended by. I'm offended on behalf of Abraham Lincoln and all of his descendants. There was a lot of no politician gets very far in this country without showing their boner for Lincoln. It's weird. But just in comparing to the first debate, this was a tremendously different experience as a viewer. So there's that. I didn't even watch it on Twitter much. I was busy actually publishing the video and watching the Twitch thing and kind of keeping up on Twitch. So, all right, that's it. That's my review, or at least analysis of the politics part of this. So let's move over to finishing our animation that we were working on. Thanks for watching and tuning in. Let's make this pretty quick. I've got it loaded up. I finished the ending. Like I said, I had a crash. Sorry. I know I'm just doing a real quick audible here. Let's just turn up the volume real quick on this. I just want to see what this guy's saying before we shut him off.
Created in the first 3 years of the Trump presidency. Well, that's true. It was 483,000 as of February, but Pence ignored what happened in year 4, and that is the number of manufacturing jobs plummeted because of this pandemic. Through September, it's now a net loss of 164,000 manufacturing jobs since Trump took office. So bottom line, Harris was kind of misleading with the first stat. Pence was misleading in a number of respects with his last 3 claims. So neither of them was even close to perfect. Anderson?
See, that was a great example of the conservative double standard. He said that she was misleading with her first answer, and he was misleading with 3 answers and other things. So he was more misleading. But the fact checker guy has to land on both sides are roughly equal to blame, and really can't tell who did worse. I can't say who did worse. At least he would be risking his employment if he was clear about who was worse. That was a very interesting moment. I mean, just in terms of illustrating that, like another metric you can detect it is like who goes on Sunday talk shows, the big Washington centric Sunday morning talk shows. It's always, there's research showing this. I don't have it in front of me, but there's research showing it's heavily in favor of conservatives, and even to the degree that they have like, oh yeah, there's a fly on his head. Yes, take that.
Humorous interlude here.
Oh God,
which is
you're winging it, huh?
All
right, listen, I'll give Biden credit for that. That's
I know.
Tweet, but how can you fuck up that? You know. But like the conservative talk show, the Sunday morning talk shows are heavily loaded with conservative viewpoints. Conservative viewpoints are always far outweighed. The amount of like radical centrists, that's not even a thing. The amount of radical leftists who own local news television stations is 0. Maybe there's one guy out there, or one woman out there that has one. I'm not, but like Spectrum and the one we're watching CNN on right now, and I think that's the right one. I'm losing my thought there, but they put out Boris, what was his name? One of the Trumpian idiots, Boris, not Johnson, obviously. Boris. Oh, he's a real weird, goofy Batman villain kind of hang-around guy. Was doing these like political opinion pieces that they would run on local news. Like there's a conservative bent to everything. All right, that guy put me off on a rant. Back to the thing, back to the animation we're working on. I want to share it with you guys. Let's bring it up here. Let's see, I'll turn off the CNN one. Muted, transition. So here we are. I have loaded it up. Now, you didn't see me do the work in Photoshop. Premiere. I did a whole ending for it. It's not very complicated, but we had a little bit of fun. as I was doing it, and you missed it because I didn't realize the stream was not on, so that no one gets to watch that. Instead of recreating it all or anything, let's just play it for once in your damn life. And let me see, volume. Okay, bringing it up. So here we are. This is what it's going to look like, unless we see something really obvious. What happens when I full screen it? Oh boy, nope, that's not. Okay, we're just going to leave it where it was. All right, here we go. Press and play.
You have begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
I think
the
masks
efficacy
are
of
okay.
masks?
You have to understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to. But I wear masks when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses.
Here's the ending. I turned. Oh fuck! It's god damn it! I don't have my mother. I gotta redo the whole post. I had made a thumbnail. I mean, I did everything. It was all ready to go. I was gonna do this whole ceremonial publishing, like to bring the Twitch stream into the publishing process. All right. Well, this will actually give you a chance to see what I did. This won't take that long, and then I'm gonna sign off once I hit export because you guys have all seen it. Let me switch over to. Yeah, we're in Premiere now. Okay. Here's Premiere. This is okay. There it all is. Nice and fun. Comes out nice. I'm digging that. That's fine. These are off. I turned them off for some reason. Oh, why did I do that? Anyway, so there they are. So this is the little graphic I'd made. I just used this picture that looks like this. So you want to see it? It says it's a animated. It's a character that you might recognize if you've seen some of the other stuff I've done. Nothing quite so narcissistic as trying to build an entire comedy animated comedy empire around you. But maybe it's just a meta story about how comedy and entertainers in general are sort of self-absorbed with their own thing. Someone has to tell your story, I suppose, right? Why am I feeling defensive about an argument I'm having with nobody? All right, so
the way to open businesses.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I moused over something. Actually, that's a little weirdly slow, isn't it? We'll go. Whoa, what a difference. YouTube. Okay. All right, I'm going to re-export that. Thanks for watching, guys. This is the video. I'm going to actually switch over to the shrimp and play some nice music. So it's not done. I'll let that roll a little while. And I hope you enjoy that. I need feedback. I very much welcome anybody's comments or thoughts on this whole thing. Feels weird. I feel very much out of my comfort zone, but I can see how much fun we might be able to have with this technology and with the broadcast software and stuff. So thank you for being part of that. It really means a lot to me to have anybody paying attention whatsoever. So especially this late in the video. This is going to be on YouTube. It's going to be like 4 hours long, 5-6 hours long. Okay, we're good. Good night. Here comes some shrimp, full screen, right in the middle. And we're all going to have a nice time. I'll change the camera angle once I get back on there. Good night, everybody. I love you. Oh, yeah, I was going to play Rocket League. Fuck that. I got to get food. Good night. Love you. Take care. Be well. Be safe. Don't lick anybody's eyeballs until summer next year. Okay? No, don't get anybody pregnant. Last thing we need is some COVID baby coming out chasing us around. Bye-bye. Here we go.